Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive, and good morning to those joining us via the digital gallery this morning for the ordinary meeting of the 23rd of February 2021. In opening the meeting today, I'd commence by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, and also the lands that form the footprint of our magnificent region. I pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend congratulations to them on their continued nurture of culture. I note a full attendance of councillors. I note one absence, the GM of Customer and Regional Prosperity. However, I acknowledge the attendance of Mr. Lohman as the acting GM Customer and Regional Prosperity. I also note that the GM People and Strategy has just recently asked to be relieved from the meeting after dealing with certain matters of business in the agenda this morning due to a pressing family circumstance, and have granted that dispensation. There are no other apologies for the meeting today. It's my delight to welcome Pastor Peter Geyer from Vassafern Lutheran Church to share with us in prayers. Good morning, Pastor.
Thank you for that invitation, and good morning all there. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, indeed.
Connection is a little bit scratchy.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the privilege and the opportunity of addressing you this morning. I just want to open with a word of scripture from Romans chapter 13, verse 1. Everyone who must submit himself to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. So I just wanted to bring that verse to your attention to show that all authority, all governance and positions of authority are actually positions that God has ordained and put in place for the well-being of citizens, for the well-being of society. So that's an important thing to remember, that you're not just there because you've been elected to positions of authority and responsibility, but God has the oversight of what you guys are doing for the welfare of our community. And as a citizen of our community, I give you my respect and my obedience there also, which God expects from all citizens. I'd like to just offer a word of prayer then, and commit this new day and the business before you guys to God in prayer. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful new day. We thank you for the rains that some of us have received overnight also. You are a God who is always there, and you care and provide for your creation. You care and provide for us also. We thank you for those that you've placed in authority over us here in the Scenic Rim, and we ask your blessing upon their meeting today. We pray for a spirit of camaraderie, a spirit of cooperation and unity, that all there may be working together with the common goal of the well-being of our community to your glory and honour. And Lord, just bless the businesses being transacted, the decisions that are made. And Lord, be with each one of these people, yourself and their families, and keep them safe. And we just pray that they might recognise the guiding hand that you have over their lives and the positions they have for the work in our community. Bless this new day, dear Lord, to your glory and honour, and for the blessing of this meeting also. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. We always appreciate your support. You are indeed welcome to continue to stay with us today. However, I suspect you also have a significant schedule, and we will also respect your role of leadership in our community.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll bid you farewell, but I do wish you God's rich blessings, and God be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we turn to item 5 in our agenda, the declaration of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest. Are there any such matters to bring to the attention of the meeting today? I take silence as meaning there are no such declaration. I move to item 6. There are no announcements for the meeting today. Item 7, there are no deputations or petitions notified for presentation to today's meeting. We turn to item 8, the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. Councillors, you have all had access to those minutes and they form part of the attachments provided to you. Councillors, I'm in your hands for a mover to the recommendation that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 9th of February 2021 be adopted. Councillor McGuinness moved, seconded. Any additional questions, councillors, just before we move? If not, seconded by Councillor Enright. Anything you wish to speak to, councillor? No. Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. There's no business arising from the previous minutes before the meeting today. So we turn to item 10, the consideration of the business before the meeting today. And the first item at page 6 of your agenda is item 10.1, the Q1 progress report. GM, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive, and for those listening at home. Today, in front of you is the progress report Q1 against the 2021 operational plan, 1st of July to the 30th of September. Just a little bit of background. Our annual operational plan is divided into 7 themes that align to both the community plan and the corporate plan, Scenic 2023. The quarterly progress report against that operational plan now presents to you quarterly targets against key performance indicators where appropriate, and details any amendments, any variations in budget from the original operational plan. You'll find attached to the paper today 2 versions of the progress report. The first has some highlights in yellow with some proposed amendments to the operational plan. They are in all circumstances to provide clarity against key performance indicators or clarity against the outcomes themselves. So today I ask you to consider the amendments. The second attachment to that report simply is the progress report with all of those amendments, proposed amendments included. That's the version that will be published on Council's website once approved by this Council. Happy to take any questions.
So, councillors, questions for clarification to the report? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, page 10 of the agenda, or 10 of the attachment, the biodiversity strategy. Have we got a biodiversity plan as part of the change?
I will throw to the General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity as a outcome of the operational plan and inclusion of the operational plan. The deliverable is the strategy.
Yeah.
I would have to defer to the Acting General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity about the plan that falls in underneath that strategy.
Thank you. I'd need to take that question on notice so I can come back to you on that one after the meeting, if you like.
Okay.
Are there other
Sorry, I'm just going through the notes.
points for clarification?
Page, and it's only the yellow highlights that we have changes. No, that covers all those points.
Other
Wait.
points for clarification? Councillor McConnell, you still?
Yeah, you
have
can go
other
on to someone
points?
else. I've got to go through
Yep.
page. Oh, there we are. Page 38 of the document, or 35 of the actual operational plan.
So that's page 38 of 185 in the attachments under separate cover.
Correct.
Councillors.
So the new one is a condition assessment undertaken on community facilities by December 31st, 2020. And it's 100%. And then the community facility strategy is adopted in Q4 as 100%. Oh, it's in A, sorry, yeah. So are we on track?
So, Councillor, I think you're referring to the new KPIs against that deliverable, and the deliverable is review community needs for buildings and facilities. Those two KPIs were developed by the team responsible for the delivery of that outcome as being more appropriate in terms of measuring the success of that outcome. As you can see, the condition assessment is, as you pointed out, due for completion by the end of 2020, 31st of December 2020. This is the quarterly report for 30th of September. So I can confirm that as at this quarterly report, this was on track. I'd have to throw to the General Manager, Asset and Environmental Sustainability for a verbal update on the progress as at the 31st of December.
Yes, thank you, Councillor McConnell, for the question. Just in relation to that matter, we are slightly off track in this last quarter. However, we're attempting to bring it back on track to meet the requirements of having the assessment done by the end of June. So that's the update as it stands now, but that certainly will form part of the Q2 update, which is when it's presented to Council.
Thank you. Next one is page 48. So it's had a change of end date from the 30th of December 2020 to 30 June 2021. And then down in the annual for the target is an NA for Community and Culture Strategy Year 1 actions commenced implementation.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor. Because the delivery of the strategy itself was delayed, then Year 1 actions won't commence until 2021-22 financial year. So for the current financial year, the Year 1 actions won't commence if the strategy is delivered by the end of the financial year.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. Other points for clarification? Councillors. Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to the General Manager. It's in relation to the report. It's up to Q1, but we're now in February in Q3. What is the timing for Q2 report to come towards Council?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. As you can see, the Q1 report has undergone significant review. Firstly, to provide increased transparency in terms of budget, so that Council and community can understand the progress of what we initially projected the budget against each deliverable to be in the operational plan. There was then an action, and you'll see comments in the budget versus actual comments. There was then a process by which some operational funds were carried over from the previous financial year. So this document provides transparency of that financial progress. The other thing this document does is we've undergone significant review to ensure that the KPIs are meaningful, that they're an accurate measure and they're appropriate for the deliverable. So there has been some delay in getting this report to you for Q1, and I apologise for that, but certainly I'm much happier with the quality of the report that's coming before you. Because preparation of our progress reports is a fairly manual process, the way that tracks is that you, once the Q1 plan progress report is adopted by Council, the Q2 progress report is built upon the information held in the first report. So once this progress report is endorsed and approved by Council, we will commence building the Q2 report, but I don't anticipate that will take long because we have actually prepared all of the information for inclusion. So I anticipate that the Q2 report will be presented to Council on the 23rd of March ordinary meeting.
Thank you. Other points for clarification, Councillor? Any further clarifications first? Councillors, any additional comments or observations to the report that councillors wish to now share? Now we've finished clarification. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. To the General Manager's points about the refinement of the report, I would just like to make comment that the layout of the report, the usable information for us as councillors to seek progress on particular projects, and the usability of this report with this new table of contents with references to the various deliverables is certainly improved the ability for us as councillors to view the progress of this report. And I congratulate the General Manager and her team for the efforts that have been provided in refining this report to provide a better outcome.
Thank you, Councillor, for those observations. Councillors, any other comments to the report you wish to add? If not, we'll move forward to the next stage of consideration. GM, I'd ask you to introduce the recommendation, which is in two parts to this matter.
Sorry. Thanks, Mr Mayor. The recommendation is that Council adopt amendments to the Operational Plan 2021 as contained within the Draft Operational Plan 2021 Q1 Progress Report, and that Council endorse the Operational Plan 2021 Q1 Progress Report.
Thank you. We have a recommendation. Councillors, I seek a mover. Councillor West. Any additional questions on this matter, councillors? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. Councillor West, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to mention that Q1 was obviously a very challenging time for the organisation, being in the middle of a global pandemic. So it's an absolute tribute to the organisation, to the staff, for the significant achievements that are made.
Sorry, just for the gallery, just pause for a moment. There are three.
Hello, hello, hello. Testing.
Boom, boom. No.
Hello,
Test,
hello,
test.
hello.
Yeah. Anyone? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing. No, I haven't got any.
Testing.
Testing, Virginia, can you hear?
Hearing anything.
Testing.
Lights on, you're broadcasting, but you're not getting anything.
Hello. Testing.
This is a test to see if the broadcast has continued or returned whilst we are dealing with some electronic challenges in the chamber. We'll continue with the understanding that we do not playback within the chamber, but we understand that the broadcast version is still audible, and we'll deal with this matter. Able to find a rectification, we may then. Councillor West, please, microphone on and continue.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what was heard and what wasn't, but I just wanted to mention that quarter one was a very challenging quarter. Global. So huge thanks to the staff and to the organisation, because we did make
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally to the motion? Not, we'll put the motion as per the two parts on the screen. Councillors, those in favour? That is carried unanimously. We will move to item 10.2 momentarily. However, because we need officers to be able to broadcast from some distances away from the table, we will pause for a short adjournment, councillors, whilst we resolve the technical issues. So to those who are still able to hear us, we'll be off air, we hope, for only approximately 5 minutes, and then we will be returning. Our apologies. we're on. Okay, councillors, we will return to our meeting, noting that we do have some technical difficulties and perhaps have lost the function of part of our sound system, but we understand that the external broadcast is still working. So I would just ask councillors to ensure that in the room you're throwing your voice a bit more, still using your microphone, but also to officers, you may have to assist us with your strongest voices when you're sharing information. With that in mind, we move to item 10.2, and that is page 9 in your agendas. GM, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.2 is a report to Council advising that we have an opportunity to apply for funding through the Building Better Regions Fund, BBRF, round 5. Council is requested to consider making an application for the Bethesda Community Hub and Library under the infrastructure project stream in this round of funding. We have with us the Special Project Officer Margie Jackson, who might wish to talk further to the report.
Welcome. Would you like to add any clarity to the content of the report?
So this Building Better Regions is the round.
So we might need big voice and very close to the microphone just to ensure the broadcast hears.
Okay, so the Building Better Regions is the 5th round of funding for this. It is an open and competitive funding. So that means that it is competitive. Not everyone is guaranteed for the funding. It also requires a 50%, it's 50-50. So supply funding is up to 50% that council needs to provide. And as Mark noted, that this is for this submission, council's only submission is for the Bow Desert Community Hub and Library. And this follows on from the pipeline program, infrastructure pipeline program phase 2 grant, and that is completed the end of March, which has the detailed drawings for this project. Another requirement for this project is it needs to be shovel ready for these to be accepted and assessed.
Thank you. Councillors, questions to clarify the report? Councillor Swanborough?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have a question. One line in the report says that this additional application is really for the connection between the proposed new library and the council administration building. I wonder if the scope of works, which could be anywhere from between $3 and $5.5 million, it would appear from the report, whether there could be some description as to what that will entail, please.
Manager of Community and Culture here. So to clarify with you, asking about way the building butts into the administration building and what that looks like, or about other works?
Look, I understand that up until now, or this year, we had approved and gone to consultation for a new library building with the parkland, and that was budgeted for last year for $8 million, and I think we got a $4 million grant for that as well. And up until that point in time, that's what we understood to be the works that were needed. This application is an extension of that, in that it seeks to connect that proposed building to the new council, to the council administration centre. I'm just wondering if the description of what's entailed in that, you know, how much work will be done on the admin building, is there anything new that's going to be built in that connection, and just how will it actually work, because $5.5 million is a very big works program.
Okay, so recently we brought back some drawings which we are yet to bring back to the table for finalisation, but the community hub and library is a standalone building that butts into the administration building. Any works or anything that needs to be done within the admin building around any changes, we have not included in this detailed design. That's a separate project and discussed at a later date. This grant funding can only be used for the community hub and library as a project in its own right, because once we start or do anything, or if we decide to do anything within the admin building, then we are not eligible for any grant funding. So this is all contained within the detailed drawings around the community hub and library only, and how that pretty much butts up to our current administration building. The project cost at the moment, we actually haven't. This will be our first grant application for the community hub and library. We haven't actually put in any other grant application to actually build the infrastructure. The current funding we had from what we call MIP2 funding was only to do the detailed design, which has to be closed out in March. So now we're just talking about building that building.
So can I just to clarify, the issue that Councillor Swamber raised was that he read a line in here that he thought this talked about the connection to the building. In fact, this application is about the hub. It is not about the connection to the building, is what you are clarifying?
When we have looked at the detailed designs, we have looked at how we enter the building and also where it comes into our current admin building, and that also includes some customer contact area and greet and meet as part of that library project, and that's where we're at with it.
Yeah, so again, just to clarify, this is about the community hub and library, not about anything within this the existing building.
That is correct.
So I'm not sure which line the councillor referred to earlier, but I thought that was the important issue to tease out. This is not about remodelling of the internals of this building for a connection. This is about the community hub and library itself. Councillor, was that the matter you were trying to clarify?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I was looking at the report, and it clearly says that Beaudesert Community Hub and Library
Councillor,
project.
What page?
I'm on page 10 of the report, and it says the Beaudesert Community Hub and Library project is to be built in Davidson Park and will connect to Council's administration building in Beaudesert and is incorporated into the vibrant active towns and villages works associated with the area. And the reason I asked this question, Mayor, because you know, as we all know, we were briefed by the architect with this connection just some month or so ago, which showed that there was a new customer service centre proposed in this, and it showed how the different levels of the building connected to the council admin building, and it showed the scope of works necessary in both buildings to make that connection as proposed. What I'm seem to be hearing is that what we were shown is not what's being applied for under this report. Is that correct?
Sorry, no, that's not correct, Councillor. What's being applied for is what has been clarified to you is that anything that occurs inside the existing structure cannot be eligible for this grant funding. So it is the bulk of the project is the independent community hub and library, and how that then connects into the existing structure would need to be outside of the grant funded project. That was the clarification that was provided and if the officers could just confirm that verbally rather than nodding would be helpful, because others can't see.
Yes, so definitely only for the community hub and library. There can be no grants to make any changes within the current administration building.
Thank you for that clarification. Anything further?
Yeah, there's this further clarification, Mayor. So what was in the scope of works for the $8 million, which is different now to this application that's going in for the connection?
So the scope of works...
Sorry, point of order and clarification, Councillor. This is not going in for the connection. So please amend your question. You've already had it clarified that this grant application is not for the connection to the building. It is for the community hub and library. So if your question is what has been updated in the estimate of costing between what was the original budget amount and what is now in the report for the community hub and library, that's an appropriate question, but you've already had it clarified. This is not about the connection.
Oh, well, the words were quite clear in the report that this was about the connection.
Point of order, Councillor. You've had it clarified that this grant application is not to be able to be applied for the components inside this building. And whilst it is intended to connect it, it is quite clear that the grant application, it's been explained, the grant application can only be for the components of the new structure. And so that, please do not try to re-prosecute that component. You've had the clarification. Do not continue to argue that point. You've had the clarification. You might not agree with the clarification, but it's been stated. Please continue to the question now about the financial aspect.
All right. This makes it a little bit worse, Mr. Mayor, in my view, because...
Sorry, Councillor, can you please ask a clarification? You can express an opinion later.
I definitely am going to ask a question, Mr. Mayor, and you need to hear the whole question. The question is that what you're telling me as far as, and I'm trying to get clarification on this, what you're telling me is the grant application is limited to the works that are associated external to this council, to the council building. Mr. Mayor, the question is, when I saw the drawings and all the council saw the drawings of this presented by the architects in the last month, then it was one job. I mean, the whole thing has been designed with a connection to both buildings, and I don't think you can separate out the whole project as being needing
Sorry,
to
Councillor,
do major
I'm going
works.
to call a point of order.
Sure.
You are out of order. You have had a clarification from officers, and you're now disputing the truthfulness of what they've explained to you, that from a grant process, so I'll try and make this from a grant process, whilst the design can look to incorporate, there are components of the design that cannot be applicable for the grant. And those would be the aspects within the building. That is what officers have explained to you. So please do not keep disputing that. The issue before us is that the grant application relates to the community hub and library, not the connection component. Yes, the design is an integrated design. Everyone has clarified that, and it is articulated that way in the report. That is different from what can be applied for as a grant. I don't believe that is an unreasonable piece to comprehend. And so your question is about, my understanding of your question, to help the officers crystallise what they should answer, is the original budget marker was around the $8 million. The indicated figure in the report is significantly greater than that. How has that come about?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My next question is...
Is that the question? Is that the question?
I might have a new question, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, is that the question, in which case you haven't given the officers a chance to respond to that clarification question?
You've confused me. Could you repeat what I'm supposed to have asked them again, please?
Well, you were asking about the financials, Councillor, and you didn't give the officers a chance to respond to how in the report, the original budget spoke to the 8 million. You were asking a question about why the number is now a different number. And you didn't, you then went on into trying to re-prosecute the issue about the connection in the grant. So can we just...
I'm happy for them to answer that question, which is, you know, what is the proposed amount of work to be done which is being applied for under this grant?
Thank you, Councillor. So the amount to be applied for in relation to this grant is around 13 million. There was 8 million in the budget, which was very much at the time it was put in the budget 2 years ago, was a guesstimate, you might say. But now that we have done the detailed drawings and design, and the firm that has done them has given us a quantity surveyed amount, it has come to $13 million, and that is the amount we would like to put in as a grant application on a 50-50 basis.
All right.
Do you have further questions?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. If this grant is successful, council will have to find another, you know, $2.5 to $3 million for this project. If it is successful, are we basically saying, by adopting this recommendation, that we approve the whole connection design and drawings for this particular project, which to me is escalated now from $13.5 million up to an unknown figure?
Councillor, please respect the process and you ask your question and leave aside your commentary. You can make your comments separately, but don't create a debating point with officers. Please just allow them to clarify.
Oh, my question's been asked.
You are correct in that we have at the moment in our budget $8 million. We will be seeking through the grant application around 13 million to construct the community hub and library, and therefore council may need to find extra money within their budget or go for another grant application that will offset that amount.
Thank you for that answer, but it wasn't quite what I was looking for, so I'll ask it in a different way. The question was, if this grant is successful, will we have to proceed with the detailed drawings as shown to council a month ago in relation to the connection to the council admin building?
When we apply for this grant, councillor, it will be based on the detailed drawings that we have put up. Having said that, if at any time closer to build, if we decide that we want to change some of those details at a cost to council, then we could certainly relook at it if there's things that need changing or we don't feel is appropriate as part of that design. But we do need to keep in mind that this must be a shovel-ready project, and any changes to design will have a bearing on the time frame in which we deliver this project.
Councillor, just to add further clarity, this matter relates to the grant. So should council be successful, obviously the current budget is in the future capital works, and we only council will only approve current financials. You know, the budget process for this year is we're proposing the draft 21-22. So if council was successful, that whole piece will come back to council for the continued deliberation. So by having that in the future years, this matter strictly pertains to the endorsement of it, and obviously that will be brought back to council during that respective deliberation, given the timeframes, and council can decide if it doesn't deem not to go ahead, then it won't go ahead at that stage. This is purely for the application.
Thank you. I understand that. My next question is on the same page. It says detailed drawings will be completed by the 30th of March 2021 as funded under the Maturing Infrastructure Pipeline Program Phase 2 program in readiness for the project to begin. those detailed drawings that are being put together at the moment and will be completed by the 30th of March 2021, are they the same drawings as has been shown to Council in a recent workshop?
To clarify that, yes, they are the same drawings as we saw in the last 4 weeks. And there's still a report to come back to council around signing off on that grant funding.
So my next question is, in this particular grant funding application, is there remodelling or reshaping of the customer service centre?
The customer service centre is, when you say customer service centre, can I just clarify whether you're asking about the existing or where the community hub and library incorporates that as part of the new building?
Yes, that's right. Is it incorporated in the entry and new building?
That is correct, councillor, as per the drawings and discussion we had with the architects recently.
No further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, any other clarifications? Okay. Councillors, any additional comments or observations to this matter? I would just observe that there has been a significant amount of work, as indicated in the report, of community engagement around the design and expert engagement around what a proper modern hub and library can look like and should add as value to the communities. It's been a long journey with that. That's a separate issue from what we're discussing today about the application for the grant, but great to see that progress so far. And always we will then continue through the consideration of the resolution before us today. But thank you for those efforts to get those concepts to the stage where this application is possible to consider. Absence of any further comments, we ask to introduce the recommendation, please, Acting GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation to council is that council approve the application being submitted to the Building Better Regions Fund, Round 5, Infrastructure Project Stream, for the development of the Bethesda Community Hub and Library.
Seeker mover, Councillor Enright. Any additional questions? Seeking information? Not. Seeker seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Enright, do you wish to speak to your motion? Proceed to describe that, please, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a motion that, in addition, that the architect's drawings that were showed to the councillors that we've talked about today be made available for public viewing after this meeting.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not sure that's a relevant amendment to the grant application. It may well be when we have endorsed, I believe there are already public consultation processes going on, and I believe your amendment may be misinformed, would be the observation. So you may be a little hasty. I'd also observe that that public consultation process has continued. Is there any additional clarification that may alleviate Councillor Swamber's felt need for this amendment that you could provide, officers?
We were hoping, because of the fact that the grant, two grant funding has to be signed off, and I know that the timing's probably not good, but we were hoping to bring back a full report to council in March around the drawing, so that it is endorsed by you as council, and then I would have thought that we up on the website, but if you want it done before you actually have that opportunity to discuss it as a council, go to ordinary.
So Councillor Swanborough has proposed an amendment. Do we have a seconder to the amendment? Depending on the nature of the question.
The drawings that we have, he's asked that the drawings that we currently have be put out for public viewing now, but we're not getting the drawings until.
That's,
so how do we put the drawings out now?
I understand the concern that what we would be putting out may not be what we actually has been put together based on the feedback already provided. I understand the concern, Councillor.
Can I comment on those concerns, Mr. Mayor?
So, well, before, I guess we don't have a seconder at the moment, but go ahead, Councillor. I'll leave it. I'll grant that discretion.
Mr. Mayor, there are two different things here. There are the architect's drawings, which are the conceptual drawings, but they were done in great detail, enough for council today to consider this particular issue. The detailed drawings are simply engineering drawings to a stage where they can be quantity surveyed and full costings put in place. The architects have been given instructions based on their architectural drawings. There won't be any significant changes. They're purely engineering based, and they are what the builders need to go ahead and start this construction.
Still looking for us whether there's a seconder.
Councillor McConnell, is there going to be any changes to them? Can I ask the question maybe in a different form? The drawings we have now, is there going to be any changes beforehand? Apart from more detail, which the public probably aren't particularly interested in, the conceptual drawings we're looking at.
If there are any changes to the drawings, it will be whatever requests may come from you as council, because at this point in time, you have had an opportunity to have a look at the drawings, you've had an opportunity to make comments on them recently with the architects, and they will be what will be presented to you as a council, which has not happened yet.
So I've allowed that conversation to try to provide clarity. I still don't have a seconder for this matter to progress further for proper debate.
Given the answer, Mayor, I will second that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Swanborough, you can now speak to your amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This particular project, it would appear from what I've heard today that it's grown from $8 million to perhaps $13 million, and it doesn't even include the final cost to do all the work that's required in the admin building here to connect it. So from the reading of this report, it was my initial understanding that this was for the whole connection, because I know that we were given that figure of around $5 million for the whole lot previously. But now I hear that somehow this is going to separate out the external costs and exclude the costs related to the admin building. Well, that's fine to that occur, but it's a revelation to me today that we're starting from a new base. The library's now going to cost 13 million and not 8 million, and still we are really funding today a $13 million building, and we are committing, if these drawings go ahead, to an unknown figure for all the other work in the admin building, because, you know, as councillors around this table all know, You can't unscramble the egg. This is one project and everything is interrelated. There is no separation between what is done to the hub building and the admin centre. They are integrated completely. And so I think the public has a right to know if they're going to commit to, you know, an unknown amount in the future, that they should be able to see the drawings that are committing this large amount of money. After all, sure, there's $2.5 million maybe in grant money, but there's also another $2.5 to $3 million in money that has to be found from the rates. And that's going to have an impact on everyone. So I think in the interest transparent, we owe it to the public, you know, to be transparent and to show them what is proposed for the future and to allow them to understand where their money is being spent.
Speaker against? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the disadvantage that Councillor Swanborough has is that he hasn't been on this journey over the last 5 years as I have and other members at this table in understanding the process of design, consultation, redesign and developing a plan that is for the future of our town and our district and our region. There's a lot of detail that have gone into the process, and I've been involved in this to a great extent in understanding the concept of the community hub and library, whether it be integrated or not. And I think that's the important part, is that the designs that we saw with the architect a month or so ago shows that the community hub and library is integrated into our customer service area to provide that integration of services. Perhaps what Councillor Swanborough is confused about is that there is another step that may in the future be something considered when there is an alteration done to that customer service area. I think that, like everything, we need to follow a process, and we are working very closely to tight time frames, and it's important that we meet these time frames. At this stage, we have hardly spent any money at all because we were successful with the MIP2 funding, which I think from memory was around $400,000 for the $500,000 for the detailed design. And there's been considerable work in developing this to provide a wonderful building for our region, the opportunity for a regional library to be based here in Beaudesert. And it's important that it's understood that we follow this process. I don't see any advantage in making the drawings available after this meeting. I'm sure that they will come up in early March when we are at that process through the development of the details design and the engineer's final drawings. So I think that's the correct process in following the process of community consultation when we're ready to go.
Anyone else speaking for the amendment? Anyone else seeking leave to speak against the amendment? Yes,
yeah, I'd like to speak. I can see what Derek wants, but it's like putting a half design out to the community when we haven't completed the full design. We're not going to vote and build it without going through the community consultation. We're still doing that in respect to putting it out. So I can't see why we would put out half completed drawings, design drawings, when within a month or 5 weeks we're going to have the completed drawings ready to go out to the community with exactly all the design completed without sending it out, and then everyone says, oh, what about this? Yes, well, that's coming in 3 weeks. You're going to get the full design. It's like, you know, I can't understand. I can see what he wants, transparent, put it out now, but I think we get the proper designs done, get them completed, and then just put them out. Yeah, we are going to put them out. It's not like we're going to hide them. We're going to put them out. Everyone can have their say. It'll all come back. But this recommendation isn't about putting the drawings out. It's about getting the funding. I mean, yes, we've put 8. Are we talking about the amendment or the full thing?
Talking about the amendment at the moment only, Councillor.
I won't go into that, but you know, we're going to put them out. I don't believe we should be putting out half designs or incompleted designs out. We're still doing the community consultation. It's just going to be in 4 or 5 weeks. So I'll speak against the motion. Oh, the amendment, sorry.
Anyone else wishing to speak again for the motion? Seeking leave to speak again, or speaking for the motion?
Yeah.
Councillor?
Yes, Mayor, I hear what Councillor McConnell's saying. My understanding from staff was that there's basically not going to change the overall design. There's more detail to go in there, and that's why I supported the motion. It's basically not changing the overall thrust of the. Any changes won't change it too greatly in the public's eyes. So I think they can go out there. The sooner the better.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? If not, I will speak against the amendment. The matter before us is to commence the process for an application. That's a long drawn out process. There is plenty of time to go through the rest of the steps that are already laid out to put the correctly updated version of architect's drawings out, and to go through the level of public conversation to get a proper understanding of those. And that is an amendment that probably, in my view, sits much better with when the plans are tabled to council to clarify the process for public conversation about it. It does not materially assist the decision before us today about proceeding with an application or not. So I don't see that it adds benefit to the core matter that we're considering today, and could easily be a distraction from key focus, which is about whether or not to make an application. So, councillors, sorry, Councillor.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, you've just spoken to the main recommendation.
I've clarified my reason for speaking against the amendment, Councillor, because I clearly didn't speak whether for or against the main motion, Councillor. Be very careful. All I said was I don't see how this amendment adds value to what is the core motion that we're addressing. Thank you. Thank you. That's very clearly what I've articulated. And I believe that's a reasonable context to consider whether the amendment adds value to the original motion. We now move to the vote on the matter.
Mr. Mayor, I have the right of reply.
Not on amendments.
Okay. Right.
Not on amendments, Councillor.
Well, can I speak, further speak in favour of the motion?
Sorry, on the amendment. Sorry, not in the amendment. Sorry.
Is that what it says in the standing orders, Mr. Mayor? I don't think so.
I understand the standing orders. This is the amendment we're speaking about, and I don't believe there's a right of reply.
Could we have the CEO just check that out, please?
Just for amendments, not motions. However, to allow the meeting to move forward, Councillor, I will allow the discretion for you to speak very briefly to your amendment. Very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to Councillor McConnell's comments, when he kept on using the word half all the time, engineering drawings are informed by the architectural drawings as approved and set by the council, when we get these engineering drawings back, we are going to have 50 pages of drawings which are going to be electrical layout, it'll be the plumbing layout, it'll be the formwork layout, it'll be the foundations layout. That's the detailed design, such that they can be handed out to all the contractors or go out to quotation for the work which we've told the architects and informed the architects that we want based on their architectural plan. So to me, it's nonsense to suggest that there's going to be major changes when the engineering drawings come back to us. My amendment merely wants to give the public the opportunity of seeing what they are committing themselves to, because whilst this resolution, I won't talk about the next resolution, but this is about transparency, so that the people can understand that once this decision is made, this is what's being committed to, because those drawings are just one whole set of drawings. They stand and fall together. So they stand together because if this funding is approved, they don't make any sense whatsoever unless the whole project proceeds as planned. And then it'll be coming back to council for another $5 million or whatever it's going to cost to implement. So it is simply not right. It is wrong that we should be denying the public the opportunity to see what we're approving today. So that's why this amendment is extremely important.
Those in favour of the amendment? Those against? The amendment's defeated. Division called. Those in favour, Division 1, 5 and 6. Those against, Mayor, Division 2, 3 and 4. We now return to the original motion without amendment. And do you wish to now speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to speak to this motion. Without a doubt, one of the challenges for the Scenic region is to have the funding to handle and cater for the growth that we are seeing in our region. And it is the opportunities through federal and state government funding where we can assist our capital works program, our community building program, and providing infrastructure that caters for the future population of our region. I note some of the population growths in this particular area of the Beaudesert, Gleneagle, Allen View and Coralbin vicinity has seen a growth from, and these figures come from the ID demographic resources, that overall growth since 2012 to 2019 has been 16.5%, a significant increase. And this is an indication of the future growth that we expect for this area. The opportunity to cater with the community infrastructure is vast, but the opportunity to seek funding from our federal governments through the Building Our Better Regions Fund is certainly one worth pursuing.
Councillor, anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I speak against this motion because there's been some revelations here today for me. One, the first revelation is that the project which we've been out to consultation in Beaudesert Golf Club in December 2019, which showed a standalone building, and it was going to cost about $8 million. We applied for funding, we got $4 million, and up until this particular day, that's been my understanding of the cost of the new Beaudesert Library. Is that correct or not? But having said that, that's my understanding.
Just to clarify, that's a false statement. So please stick to facts. and not false statements. When you're in the chamber, please, you can have opinions.
Well, perhaps
Don't
I'll
state
reword
false
that. The budget that we all approved at the last budget for the project was for $8 million.
Sorry, councillor, again, that's not true. It's in the indication.
Why isn't it true? It's in the report.
Councillor, we only approve the indicative budget. Again, stick to facts, as was clarified by the GM Council Sustainability before. It's in the forward estimates. We only approve our budget on an annual basis. Perhaps, GM, you would like to clarify the facts. It's important, councillor, when we're talking in debate, it's welcome to have opinion.
Sure, it's in the 10-year
plan,
plan, and it was a figure that obviously was a relevant figure based on the information at the time. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's needless to say that indicative of those forward forecasts, there were intentions to seek funding. However, if those fundings aren't successful, then council would have to reconsider. So that's not, it's not guaranteed that this funding will approve. So
councillor, it was made quite clear before in the officer's reply that number was a guesstimate without any granularity of design process that was put as a place marker in the forward estimates. So please limit yourself to clarifying facts. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's immaterial to my point. My point is that it's a revelation today that all of a sudden we're needing to apply for this grant because the costs have blown out from 2 years ago from $8 million now to $13 million. And this recommendation today gives the green light to proceed to implement the detailed drawings that are presently being done and as instructed by the architects to the designers, the engineers, the electrical people, the plumbing people, all those other people, to bring those drawings up to a level where the project can be tendered and built based on those drawings. So it is a travesty. It is a travesty of justice, and to me, it's an insult to the community that they are being asked to approve this with no knowledge whatsoever of where their money is going to be spent. And we haven't even asked them if they're prepared to spend that amount of money in the future. And what is the cost? The cost is the opportunity cost of all the other projects that will now have to be put on the back burner that can't be done because we will be committed to more funding applications for the balance amount we're committing to today if we approve this recommendation into the future. I mean, it's our hands tied behind our back, and even more money spent on this huge, huge project, the biggest that I've ever seen in the history of working and living in this shire, is going to be put into this particular project. And I note Councillor Enright's views about the population growth, but it's also true that in 2008, the population of Beaudesert Town was 4,500 people, and now it's grown to 6,500 people. But that's all. We were supposed to have had 5,000 people working in Bromelton at the moment, and we have less than 200. I mean, these growth figures, we can make enormous mistakes by believing and trying to make a self-fulfilling prophecy that all of a sudden we've got to spend an enormous amount of money for growth that we speculate is the main reason why we're justifying these massive expenditures, which have implications on all the other regions and all the other projects right across the Scenic Rim. It's not equitable distribution of resources across the region. It's bonding all of the resources into one town, and it shouldn't be that way. Our community plan says that there should be an equitable distribution of resources right across the region, and that clearly is not happening. And you've just got to see all the forward estimates for all the work which is being done in this town on the basis of 2,000 people that have come to the town in the last 2 years, not 2 years, since 2008, and you can see that, it's a folly, in my view, to be justifying all this expenditure, all the burden on rates that the people are suffering now, because of this growth, which in the past has never materialised as designed.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm totally in support of the recommendation in that my reading of it is this is simply about just applying, submitting the application for the grant, which we hope that we will be successful in. As was mentioned, we will be talking at a meeting in March about the detailed plan, so that's only next month, and then that can possibly go out to the community, so I'm perfectly happy with that. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone else seeking leave to speak to the motion? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the motion. I think it's important to realise that the growth within Beaudesert will be substantial compared to other towns within the region. And it's about ensuring that the infrastructure is there as it's growing over the next 5 to 10 years. Bromelton will come on board. So there will be growth within the Beaudesert area, and we need to make sure that as developments come on board, the ones out at Oakland and Scenic Outlook and other ones out near Gleneagle, Beaudesert isn't just those within the township. It's those on the outlying. It's Gleneagle, it's Bearsdale Scrub, it's out at Kerry. So it's not just the population that's within the limited location of the town. And I think, as Councillor West said, what we're doing is we're only approving the application for a grant. The more money we can get through grants, the less the ratepayer pays. So I'm all in favour of applying for this grant to assist the ratepayer.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak to the motion? I'll speak. Councillor McInnes.
Yes. I think it's working. Yeah, and so I'm in favour of this motion. I believe it is a big spend, and I don't think the ratepayers, number one, can afford or want to afford that sort of money without getting considerable money from the other levels of government. So this helps just to that end.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave? Otherwise, I'll take leave. And there are a number of comments in this discussion that are deeply concerning, and it's important to ensure, firstly, the clarity that the origins of this conversation started with the strategic review of our libraries across the region. Circa 2016 was when I saw that review, and it highlighted the significant shortfall across all of our libraries. Similarly, the VATV process had started prior to that time and had identified significant need across all of our community centres, none of which we could afford to fund at once, and none of which could be afforded on the notice of spreading a little bit equally everywhere each year. The practical reality is we have had to prioritise projects through a pipeline, which is why in VATV terms we started first with Tamborine Mountain Precinct, and we were successful with grants to make that possible. We then moved into the Boona Precinct, and we've been successful with grants to make that possible. And we've now been successful with grants for the VATV component of the Town Centre project in Beaudesert. Similarly, all of our libraries have significant shortfalls, bar perhaps one that has some life left in it. And that's because there hasn't been proper strategic input over many years previously for whatever reasons. The reality is we are where we are. And the only way that we can move forward is to take some big projects and deliver them one by one. And that does give equity over time by upgrading the community, by doing proper upgrades in locations one at a time. We can't chew more than one or two at a time. We don't have the capacity, and we certainly don't have the capacity, as we've evidenced since 2016. Accessing grants is the way we expand our capacity to accelerate the opportunity for our community. Otherwise, we're in danger of having a generation that goes through without proper access to a community hub and library in this central corridor. And bear in mind, we are talking about the regional centre and the regional community hub and library as the main centre which services and supports the rest of the region. So yes, this building has features that some of the others won't have. And I'm very supportive of the recommendation that we move forward to seek the support from elsewhere out of the Building Better Regions Fund to deliver this outcome for our whole community as a regional centre based here in Bay Desert. Councillor Enright, do you wish to respond to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to close with my right of reply. And I would first like to correct some of the figures that Councillor Swanborough quoted about the population of our area and our town, particularly in relation to the catchment for the community hub and library. On the figures provided by the ID Demographic Resources, the population of Beaudesert, Coralbin, Gleneagle and Allen View is now 12,448. The statistical area 2, SA2 for the area, which includes the greater areas of the valleys of Carey, Christmas Creek and Rathdowney, is up over 14,000. So the catchment for this community facility is by far the greatest in our region. And the forecasts for population growth are significantly more than any other area in this region. So the opportunities for us to seek funding to enable further community infrastructure to be constructed exists through that of our state and federal governments, and I certainly endorse this recommendation for us to pursue this particular grant funding through the Building Better Regions Fund Round 5.
Thank you, Councillor. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Thank you, councillors. The motion is carried. Division called by Division 1. Councillor, those for. Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Against Division 1. Councillors, I am going to call an adjournment now for it's on my screen, it's 10:44. I'm going to call an adjournment until 11:05 for us to break for a comfort stop and brief recharge. And to those in the gallery, please get yourself a cup of tea. We'll see you back at approximately 11:05. Thank you. Back on. Okay, councillors, welcome back. Officers, welcome back. And to the gallery joining us remotely, welcome back. For that short break. Before we proceed to item 10.3, I just provided clarification to a technical matter before. I do offer my apologies to the Chamber and to Councillor Swamborough. For an amendment, it is acceptable to have a right of reply. There are other aspects that have continued to be updated that reminder we all need to keep abreast of. So thank you, CEO, for that assistance. We now turn to item 10.3, Acting GM.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.3 is a report regarding the revised flood study for the Canungra and Bididaba Creeks and a proposal to go forward with a minor amendment to update the flood hazard overlay to reflect those changes. By way of background, Council has progressively updated its flood mapping based on the state's requirement to include a factor for climate change, and we look forward to a 70-year window for that climate change data. So the Canungra-Bididaba Creek was one of the last ones to be completed, and we noted that an area of Canungra, in particular Canungra Rise, was affected probably more than most. So what we've undertaken is a more refined study of that area, and also it takes into account the revised landform of that estate, which has obviously been developed since. So the report is in effectively two components here. Firstly, to adopt the refined flood study. This will allow Council to officially give those flood levels out by way of flood reports and the like. And then secondly, to progress with a minor amendment to update the flood mapping and within the planning scheme. At that point, I'd take questions, either myself or our acting Manager of Planning and Development. The author of the report is also available to answer questions.
We just pause there for a moment. We're just double checking that the broadcast is going out. It is, thank you. Now we continue with questions for clarification to the report. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Acting GM, I just have a couple of questions. Please, just wondering what the time frame we would expect for the minor amendment to be official, I suppose, really, to be prepared and then to come back.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll answer the question. We're looking at the next month's ordinary meeting, so not the next fortnight, the next month's ordinary meeting. So it can go through the workshop first and then adopt the minor amendment for an effective date soon after.
The other question was the affected residents. Will they need to wait till after that before they get in correspondence with them, or are they going to be able to discuss this further with you?
Yeah, so with the adoption of the flood study here, that gives us the flood level information for their land, and if Council adopts this information today, we can give that information to them as soon as possible. So we're aiming to send those affected residents a letter with detailed flood information comparing the current planning scheme and what is proposed to be included in the amendment.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question on that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Swamborough.
Once the minor amendment is approved, does that need gazettal by the state before it becomes operational?
I'll take that question. So a minor amendment does not need to go through a state interest review. Council is responsible for adopting that. We do need to publish a gazette notice and a public notice in the local newspapers, but it's a complete council-led process.
Thank you.
Councillors, any other points of clarification? Not, are there any comments you wish to share with each other?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor. Is this a question of clarification or comments with councillors? So I had asked for it and had no response, so I had started to move on. So I'm just seeking clarity. You have a further question of clarification?
Yeah, it was just, it's a clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Just on page 25 of the agenda, Of all those properties that are identified there, could you just clarify how many are still below the flood level with their freeboard?
Yeah, approximately 15 still, but their houses might be above the flood level. So the way the flood mapping works is if the flood mapping shows any part of the property that they're flood affected, but we also have information that shows whether their house is above that line. So there's about 4 remaining houses that are built over what's shown as being flood affected land.
So your next point of clarification, with this study that we've done, has it been beneficial overall for these residents to for their insurance purposes?
The flood levels have been beneficial in that they've generally dropped. The other aspect is that council has also, in a number of cases, taken floor levels. So what we are looking at is that we'll provide that information to the owners and they can take that to their insurers. So what the insurers do, we can't control, but we're hoping that it will assist them greatly in that.
Any other points of clarification? Councillors, any additional comments to share with each other concerning this topic? Not. We have a recommendation in 2 parts that I would ask the acting GM to introduce.
The recommendation to council is that council adopt the refined flood study for the Canungra Township by Oricon Proprietary Limited, and 2, that council prepare a minor amendment to the Scenic Rim Planning Scheme in accordance with Section 18 of the Planning Act 2016 and Chapter 2, Part 2 of the Nurses Guidelines and Rules to incorporate the updated flood mapping from the refined flood study for the Canungra Township.
Seek a mover. Okay. Before we move to a seconder, which I see Councillor Swanborough actively down there, any additional piece of information sought? Councillors, if not, Councillor Swanborough, I noted you there in quick succession. Just a second. Councillor, you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. Just to mention, yes, there have been some insurance issues for a number of those landholders along there, which is how it came to council's attention. Hopefully this will help. I am aware of a couple already who are negotiating with different insurance companies who are much more favourable to an outcome for them. It's really been the expense for most of them that's been an issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally for the motion? Now, if we put the motion as per the wording on the screen, those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to page 48, item 10.4, GM Asset and Environmental Sustainability. We're in your hands.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive, those listening in online, as well as officers here in the room. Item 10.4 deals with the response to draft environmental impact statement for the Inland Rail Culvert to Kangaroo project. As you would be aware, the Inland Rail project has a section that traverses through the northern regions of our region here, and within that there is been an environmental impact statement compared. The Coordinator General has now released the draft EIS, as it is often referred to, for public and government agency comment. I have an officer here that has been certainly diligently working through what's contained within the document, some 7,000 pages of the document. However, there are certainly aspects of that we've concentrated on more heavily, as that impacts also on aspects of council and more broadly the region. So basically what I'm endorsing today, or seeking endorsement for, is the council's prepared to put make a submission with regard to aspects of that document, given the time frame in which the document has to be turned around in. We're seeking endorsement that we make a submission today. We'll certainly bring forward the submission in its entirety to a future council meeting to provide what was actually submitted. But as we've still got officers and consultants working on preparing that documentation, that we believe it was appropriate that we seek an endorsement that we do actually make a submission.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm not sure whether you wish to make any additional comment, or we'll seek questions to clarify. Thank you. Clarification to the content of the report, Councillor Ringrose.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can, through the GM, if I can ask Richard for a bit of an indication of the areas that we will be concentrating on as far as our response to the EIS.
Thanks, Councillor. The EIS has 25 odd chapters, which are all referenced back to the terms of reference that were decided in 2017. So our response to the EIS needs to be framed in terms of those terms of reference. So our response is, we don't believe that term of reference has been met because of this, so we suggest this. That's the format of our responses. Certainly the areas which are, the sections of the EIS which are most important to Council, I think, would be noise, construction traffic, flooding, and level crossings are probably the biggest four. Although there are significant comments in other areas, everything from waste to flora and fauna, a whole number of smaller issues. So there will be a response that captures something for each of those chapters. Some of them will be very long chapters, some will be much shorter.
Further clarification, questions? Councillor McGuinness.
Basically, I had the same question, but it's without. I think it should be noted. No, I won't be able. It has to be a question, so I'll do.
In a moment.
Yeah, I'll comment. Thanks for that question. Yeah, I think they're the four.
Could I ask an additional clarification with regard to those items? Will our response be considering not just impacts to council, but particularly also the breadth of those impacts to our communities?
I think that's reasonable. Yes, we're looking at the impacts of this project as council sees them, based on the information that council has available. So where we're aware of an impact on the community, whether it's flooding, then I think we will come into that.
Thank you. Any other questions or clarification, councillors? Before I will open the floor for additional comments to share perspectives from councillors. And Councillor McGuinness, this may be an ideal opportunity for you to bring that comment to the fore.
And it follows on from your question, Mayor. This is impacting some people quite greatly, and I think it behoves us to make sure we get those feelings. And I know Richard's at times attended community consultation meetings, and those few things that he mentioned are top of mind to me also. And I'll be putting my own submission in there. It was going to be last week, but it'll have to be this week now. But I thought it closes next week, 8th of March or something like that. I think it is, Richard. Yeah. So it's we should be urging anyone out there who does have concerns, and there's I think they are the main concerns, and I'm glad that we're concentrating on those 4 or 5 things that you mentioned.
Council's website has a link to the ARTC website and the Coordinator General's website where you can form you can fill in to complete a submission. So if a member of the public wants to complete a submission about a particular issue, the link's on our website that they can get to.
Thank you for that additional information. That's important for awareness. Additional comments on this matter, councillors? Councillor Swanborough.
Look, it's a comment that could be more of a question, I suppose. This proposal for an undergrounding of the railway to the Port of Brisbane, does it have any impact on where we're going with this?
Councillor, that's not relevant to this item. This is Kelvin to Kangaroo coming in from the west. Those conversations are, I recommend that conversations for another day about a different tranche of the line. There's a lot more to go on those conversations, so I'm going to ask you to withdraw that for a day when it is relevant to the content.
I'll take that as a no, thank you.
Any other comments to the matter before us in this report? I just make a similar observation to Councillor McGuinness. There's significant concern widespread in the community. The 8th of March is fast approaching. It is good to know that opportunity is there for people, but more importantly, the realisation of this is and Duncan knows where my comment's going to go, the realisation that this is a nation building project, to quote unquote, that is going to transform the transport opportunities for the next, at least the next 100 years. It's a strong, I have a strong view that this stage in the project is important to be getting the right feedback to ensure that the solutions recognise this is a 100-year investment and that it's worth getting it right at this stage. And there are a number of aspects from browsing through the multiple volumes in my insomniac moments that there are questions about that. Is a general comment, and certainly that is felt in the community. Any other comments? We move to the recommendation. GM, would you introduce, please?
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation for this item is that Council make a submission to the Coordinator General on the draft environmental impact statement for the Inland Rail Culvert to Kangaroo project.
Second mover, Councillor McGuinness. Before we go to second, any other questions, any other information required, councillors? Not. Seconder, I think Councillor Enright was just a fraction ahead there. Councillor McGuinness, you wish to speak?
Yes, it's imperative, Mayor, that we do put this submission in, and I think it's timely that we acknowledge the community consultative committees that have worked for the last 2 years plus, 3 years I think it would be now, who have done a lot of work and sought community feedback too. So they've worked tirelessly, especially in the last number of months. So I recommend the motion to the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not, I will speak additionally before we go to the motion and just echo my support for this moving forward, and for us encouraging officers to understand the support for a robust submission. This is a one-off opportunity, and that putting the right things in this submission and targeting them in the right structured way, which I commend the quality of the expertise of officers in that regard, is an important part of this process. And we do need to have clarity and substance and structure to those items. This is the right way forward for us as a council to address those issues as they have significant impacts for parts of our community. Councillor McInnes, do you wish to speak any further?
No, I'm not thinking.
Then I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.5. Again, GM, we're in your hands. Page 51, councillors.
Thank you, Mayor. This item deals with the delivery of Council's Infrastructure Capital Works program for this financial year. I will make a few comments with regard to the attachment that's there. what is there has had some minor adjustments and updates as a result of additional grants and also securing and understanding what projects will be funded through those grants. I will make comment also that the back end of the program is reasonably highly loaded at this point in time, is probably a understatement. A couple of reasons for that is that we were having to be fairly mobile with some of the grant opportunities we took. Also with regard to some of the resourcing arrangements, we did have some slight issues in working through what COVID may do with delivering of the program. We'll also add that in a lot of instances, a budget is only adopted towards the end of or middle of June, and a number of projects will be partially or substantially completed by that time, but will be continuing into the next financial year. Where possible, we're dealing with minor projects. We try to have them wrapped up before the end of the financial year. However, for various different things, including weather and resourcing requirements, some do tend to drag over. So, and the service relocations, we have found some not that too more recently where services have been more of an impact than actually first thought. Right, I'm happy to take any questions on what's presented in front of you.
So, councillors, any points of clarification you wish to ask Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Question to the GM on page 53 of 96. So the first page of the attachment. Perhaps just to assist my understanding of the particular columns and perhaps how they vary in the timelines. And there are some instances where the budget funding is significantly different to the actual. So perhaps the first one is Brooklyn Road. So the third one down under roads.
So councillor, perhaps a clarification around the headings first, and then the specific line item might be helpful. Let the first answer come to the clarification of the columns and what they refer to.
Okay, yep, sure, happy for that. Yep.
So, although we've included the actual dollar figures presented, the reality of it is the program is or the way in which we've structured the delivery of the information within the program is around what's on ground delivered. So we do get financial updates on a quarterly basis, possibly not to this level of detail. However, I believe you went on to Councillor regarding.
So can you just for everyone's clarity, I think to the councillors, explain what the column headings are.
Okay.
You probably don't have to explain additional information, but the 5 headings.
So the 5 headings, the first one, which is entitled Current 2020-2021 Budget as at Q1 Budget Review, is the actual budget that has currently been adopted. You will be potentially considering an update to the budget as part of the Q2 review, which has occurred as part of December. However, we report against what is the publicly available updated budget. So the next column, which is actual 2020-2021 expenditure to date, is the actual expenditure that's been realised at the end of December for each of those items, minus any commitments. Forecast project cost to complete is actually what officers believe will actually cost to complete that project. And from time to time, there are variances with regard to what is actually in the actual current forecast budget. And we use that information to certainly provide updates to the budget as we progress through the year. We've also included a column there around what projects are actually tied to a level of external funding, and also the fact that there's a column there that suggests where the project status is at. And I will reiterate what I said previously, that projects may be completed on ground, but there may be some additional costs that still be allocated and adjusted. Q leave is often one that is paid as a lump sum and then allocated to projects as the actual costs are realised. So they may not necessarily be charged to the account straight away. We do also have some creditors from time to time that aren't as eager or don't have their invoices their invoices processed as a result of not actually putting them forward to us, or there's discrepancies, so they will then be followed through. So where you see some items there where you actually have a $10,000 current budget and completed and no expenditure, with the forecast to complete of potentially $1,000, there is an outstanding committed order to that still needs to be realised and needs to be acknowledged.
Thank you. Now, Councillor, you had a further question for clarification. Microphone on.
Yes. So thank you, Mayor. And the GM answered the first one, which was on relating to Brooklyn Road. So an outstanding invoice has not been submitted. Would that same explanation apply to Beachmont Road seal change to Tucker Lane?
Beachmont Road seal change. When the budgets are often put together, they're put together utilising segments of road. If all segments are then approved or actually delivered over a number of financial years, quite often the project itself, it continues to flow as one project number. And in this particular case, you'll notice there are a number of Beachmont Road projects. For ease of delivery on site and to provide a less complicated process for the teams ordering and putting together the timesheets, it's more appropriate to leave it as one number. Now, if you add all the Beachmont Road projects together, it comes very close to what was the original budget. Unfortunately, this was not picked up and fixed as part of the first quarter budget review, but it's certainly planned to be picked up and fixed as part of the second quarter budget review. So the overall scope of the combined projects hasn't changed.
Thank you for that clarification. One final one referring to minor works and reseals. The first line, Brisbane Street South pedestrian refuge, and there's nothing in the current budget. I'll let you.
So with regard to minor works projects within the road area, there is an allocation and a number of projects that are generally listed out at the start of the year to be funded within that. Now, from time to time, other projects will get reprioritised above those projects as a result of either a council decision or other information becomes available. We looked at two options when it came to reporting this particular aspect of the budget. We could have rolled up Brisbane Street and also Grace Street under the one heading title. However, we thought it was appropriate to allocate or show that that was part of that. It could have been better communicated within the table as being part of the minor works program allocation that is currently sitting there. Generally, projects of the vicinity of around $50,000 and potentially up to $100,000 fit within this category. And it's certainly, as you would be aware, the Brisbane Street pedestrian crossing was considered as an appropriate project to be put forward under this funding stream.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Further clarifications, Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just a quick one to the GM. Page 53, the last of the complete at the top, Beachmont Road, Tucker Lane to Tyne Creek Bridge. It was budgeted for 500. The project cost to complete is 1 million. I noticed that part funding. Is that part funding? Was it originally going to cost $1 million, but we only budgeted 500, knowing that we had the other 500 from the part funding, or was there a cost overrun?
With regard to that project, that when you actually add the projects together, we've actually reallocated some of the other funding that was listed against Beachmont Road as under the budget to actually cover that. With regard to the funding body is Roads to Recovery, and that is untied. So the reality, we put forward the projects that funds. We don't have to fund 50% of that. It can be entirely the entire project cost.
Yeah, but going back, the current budget was 500.
But
Yeah,
the
so
cost is
if-
$1 million. Was that a,
If you look above the Beachmont Road, Cooma River to seal change, which is 3 above,
yeah,
that particular item, originally the budget was 320,000. We've actually pulled that back to 300,000, to 20,000, 300,000 of which is now being transferred to that particular project. As previously outlined, once the teams are on site, unfortunately we missed or didn't pick this up as part of the original budget review. What has happened is would have been a portion of the project being carried through from last year and an additional funding allocation for this year going against the same project as a continuation on. And rather than reissue job numbers, project titles and orders, the reality of it is that we tend to then lump those projects together. Unfortunately, at budget time, those projects come through as individual line items. So if you add through all the Beachmont Road, there is almost a net off of the overall budget on that particular item.
Okay, thank you. Now down to footpaths with the same issue. So the long road extension had a budget of 540,000, but the forecast to complete is 715, a 25% increase.
Yes, this is one of those
Or
projects
50%
where
increase.
it was built in 2 parts. In hindsight, it should have only built one portion built until we actually highlighted or rejigged the issues that aligned with the northern end of this project. The full scope of the project has been delivered, but at a cost overrun, which does occur from time to time. Unfortunately, the timing in regard to reporting on this has been awry. However, I believe that the outcome of the project has been addressed with the funds allocated, and where possible, we've certainly looked at managing this cost overrun within cost underruns on other projects within the program.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor West.
Sorry, just one GM. I just want to do, we're on page 54 of 96. Under drainage, the Kerry Hills estate, the drainage matter there, I know it's been watched very closely. Is it about to commence soon or?
I believe I've been given a high-level design with regard to that project. We have a crew allocated to start that. Unfortunately, fortunately, our programming staff would like to undertake that work in a drier time of the year, which is certainly generally after Easter. And having now said that, I'll have others remind me that we've had floods in June as well. However, the intensity and the regularity of that occurring is far reduced. So at this stage, it's programmed towards the later quarter of the financial year.
Thank you.
Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, to the GM, the funded from different Australian government, I'm looking at footpaths, but the same applies to everything. Are we on track to have them? Is there a time limit, number one, from the federal government to have those projects completed? And are we on track to finish them this financial year that are there?
That is exactly the question I continue to ask on a weekly basis, and I'm sure there are others in the room that would attest to that. The reality of it is every effort is being made to meet those funding timelines. Where there is potential for slippage, we are certainly contacting the relevant funding body to negotiate or talk through what issues may arise. However, at this point in time, as at the end of December, we were still working towards the funding timelines as presented. And certainly, however, where we do think there is an outside chance or a possibility of not meeting those timelines, we certainly are engaging early with the funding bodies around any of those discussions. Now, I would think that you're saying, are there any in particular I would like to highlight today? Not particularly. I think majority are reasonably on track. Given footpaths are relatively easy to, once you've got the base design and documentation together, you can get external support in delivering of those. We do have some more complex facility upgrades with being toilets. They're probably, if I was to, public conveniences, if I was to say where I've got a bit of a twitch around those and needing to keep an eye on to see that they can be delivered, we're certainly the team, and I wouldn't want to speak too much with regard to that because it's currently out to tender, some of those works. So we're somewhat on the timeline to which we had originally said we would be. So I'm not at this stage. I think when the next update's provided, I'll be in a much better position to provide further clarification on those projects that we may have either or are in jeopardy of missing the funding timeline. But right at this point in time, I'm reasonably comfortable with what I see in front of me.
Thank you. Further clarifications sought, councillors? If not, any additional comments you wish to share perspective to this report, councillors? Councillor Swanborough.
Mr. Mayor, just do we have comments or do we have questions next?
Sorry, councillor, we just went through questions to the report.
No, they were clarifications.
Clarification questions to the report. Questions to the report. That's what we've just been through.
Okay, well, I understood that there were clarifications, not necessarily questions.
Sorry, councillor, just to help you with that, we always have a process. We have received a report, so that's what we're focused on. If you want to get clarification to something in the report, this is the time to have asked it. That's the process. So do you wish to ask a question to clarify something in the report?
No, I do want to ask a question. That's right, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, my question basically is in looking at the overall standing of the report with the progress. And I remember succinctly one time the CEO commenting about he loses sleep at night over, wondering how he's going to have the resources to deliver the program. And so having whacked all the numbers on a spreadsheet and having analysed them, I see that at the 6 monthly basis, out of a capital works program of 43.3
Councillor,
million
can you get to your
dollars.
question rather than your analysis?
Well, you can't answer the question until I give the details of the question. So we have $43.3 million to spend, and at the 6 monthly basis, we've only spent 8.3 million, which is only 19.22% of the total program. And so my question is, at the 6 monthly basis, with 80% of the works program still to be completed, it would appear that we need to expend 4 times the effort.
Sorry, councillor, again, you're expressing opinions.
No, I'm not, Mr. Mayor.
You are. That is expressing an opinion rather than asking a question.
Without this information, the question can't be answered, Mr. Mayor.
You've made your analysis, then you start to make statements saying it would appear. Can you please just ask the question?
The question is coming, Mr. Mayor. You're just going to have to be patient, I'm afraid.
Well, councillor, unfortunately, you're misusing the process to add a heap of opinion.
Well, a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
So, point of order, please, councillor.
The point of order, Mr. Mayor, is that I want to ask a question based on some analysis that I have done. And in asking my question, I have merely need to tell the meeting what that analysis is before I can ask the General Manager to comment on that analysis and then answer my question. So why is that wrong?
Councillor,
why is
to
that
be
wrong?
clear, I will be encouraging the officer to take proper respect that he has not had access to your independent analysis to verify it, and therefore that he can take your question on notice.
Mr. Mayor, all my analysis is just in the report. It's nothing different.
No, councillor. You've said you've created a separate spreadsheet. So please continue and get to your question, and then the officer can exercise his discretion.
As I was saying, Mr. Mayor, the report in front of us with all the numbers says that we've completed 19% of the capital works program at the 6 monthly mark, leaving 80% to be completed, which means that the effort required for the next 6 months is 4 times what we had in the first 6 months. My question is that going to be achievable? Because to me, it seems like a very, very big ask.
As mentioned when I started the report, you will notice the program is fairly heavily back-ended. Also, without going into the technical aspects of how a project is developed, generally an S-curve is applied. I would say majority of the projects are at the start of the S-curve, and the S-curve is a shape that you get when you get expenditure against a project. So quite a number of these projects are at the initial phasing of either tender award or process, and have a 3 to 4 month window in which they can be delivered. So, and I've also mentioned as part of my introduction to the report that some of the larger projects will be carried through into next financial year. To what extent, I'm not at this point in time able to say, but it's just the nature and the way in which larger projects are delivered and can be delivered in some instances. We can't turn the tap off at the end of the financial year and say that's it. Although we try to manage that through a financial process, we have an ongoing commitment to deliver to over a rolling program, and some projects that when initiated will extend beyond the end of the year. And certainly as part of the next update, those projects will clearly known and identified in the future report.
Just since we've gone back into clarification, in looking back at the first half of the year, which is sort of, this is looking at Q1 budget review, but looking at project status, the end of the last calendar year, what are the factors that contribute to the challenges around timing and certainty versus what is modelled versus what is actually possible to achieve in any project, Steve?
Quite a number of factors. Unfortunately, from time to time, no matter how much upfront in design and investigation you do, you will sometimes get to a project where there is something that will delay your ability to move forward. I even mentioned earlier, and not as part of this discussion, that you can get design changes within standards or specifications that may influence or impact heavily your need to then redesign the project itself. We can and have also seen where we believe we've, as officers, have had a reasonably clear direction on movement on a particular project, and we then get to that project and we get some influence from those stakeholders that previously may have been silent when we went to engage around that project. And we have a number of those where we've come up with what is believed to be a reasonably well invested option to actually alleviate a concern or issue of a member or members of the community. And once we get to site, they then realise what is going to occur, and has sometimes delayed the delivery of those projects as well. Certainly weather does play a part. In this particular instance, we are still, in some instances, we are impacted by availability of water, also availability of resources, and whether that be gravel or otherwise. In some cases, I'm hearing that there are some, and look, to be quite honest, we are, as an organisation, have been struggling to get good qualified people to be able to deliver on the ground. And I won't go into the specifics of some of those particular resources. However, we've had to then engage external suppliers to be able to provide that. That doesn't come as cheap as at the same pricing point, and also adds an element of time into potential delay being able to get to site. So I think services are also can be quite an impact on particular projects. We've certainly tightened up our process and actually engaged quite early with our service providers around how we may or may not impact on what is their plans or otherwise with regard to the services that are in the corridor as we see it.
Thank you for those comments. Any other clarifications? Questions for the GM? If not, now any additional comments that to share with each other, councillors, on this report? If not, I'll move forward. I'll ask the GM to introduce his recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council note the 2020-2021 Infrastructure Capital Works Program Delivery Q2 update.
Thank you. I seek a mover. Councillor McConnell, any additional information requests, Council? If not, I seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's probably one of the harder portfolios or the harder areas within council. There's a lot of factors that affect the works department, especially weather and available resources. So I definitely look forward to seeing the Q3 report and seeing the progress that we make over the next month or so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Anyone wishing to speak additionally to the motion? Not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.6 pertaining to the Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale Yards appeal. Now, as we move into this item, councillors, obviously I'm aware there's a lot of conversation around the item involving some of you and members of the community. This report covers a wide range of issues, so I do propose to vary some of our normal practice. Certainly, I'll ask the GM to introduce the report with support from his officers. We will then go through questions of clarifying the content of the report to ensure we all have the common understanding of what's in the report. I will then open the conversation for councillors to discuss perspectives around the item before us today before we move forward, and I am proposing that in whatever form that we will deal with the recommendations one by one as separate motions as we move to that stage in today's proceedings. Okay.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor. Do you intend to suspend standing orders for that discussion?
No, councillor, I don't, because without standing orders, I won't have the capacity to maintain proper order in the meeting. I think I've provided the opportunity for the discussion of councillors, which won't engage in a debate with officers or a discussion with officers.
Mr. Mayor, just on that particular point, I don't believe the standing orders provides for any circumstances where there can be discussion without suspending standing orders.
Sorry, councillor, the standing orders does have situations that aren't provided for in standing orders, and as chair, I'm exercising this opportunity to deal with a very particular matter that has too many wide-ranging issues to allow for that discussion under the last provision of the standing orders. If you have a concern that we shouldn't have that discussion, I'm very happy not to accept your advice that you don't want to have that opportunity to share your comments and perspectives. But we've been doing it all day, so I'm surprised that you would now seek to not have that opportunity. We've been having that conversation all day.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to do it lawfully, and I'll ask the CEO if he can comment on if there is any provision in the standing orders which enable councillors to have discussion without suspending standing orders?
The standing orders do enable the pre-clarification process as has occurred prior to and now with the current set of standing orders, and then once the motions are put, there's an opportunity then for councillors to discuss.
With respect, Mr. CEO, there is no provision for councillors to discuss anything under these current standing orders unless it's...
Well, Councillor, I find it incongruous because I've allowed you quite exceptional leeway today, along with others, to discuss matters because I believe it's valuable to the conduct of the meeting on those items. So,
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Well, no, Councillor, I don't accept your point of order.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
My point of order that you've misrepresented me, Mr. Mayor. No time today have I discussed anything except ask questions and sought clarifications.
Councillor, that would not be reflected in my recollection, and certainly the assessment of others in the meeting, that there are times where you have ventured into discussion. So that's about exercising the flexibility for being able to understand and properly identify issues. I have taken issue with making sure that that occurs, that does not become a debate with officers or an argument with officers. So
Mr. Mayor, I want to comment
councillors, with this in mind, so I will now deal with this a specific way.
Point of order, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor.
councillors, sorry, again.
I have not got clarification yet properly from the CEO. I'd like to know what sections of the Act of the Standing Orders he's referring to that is going to allow discussion. I mean, we cannot have a situation where the chairperson makes up his own rules in relation to how meetings are conducted.
Councillor, I shall refer to section 27 of the standing orders, and I shall propose the methodology for this item, to deal with this item, that does not require the suspension of standing orders, but as per my prior clarification, that the process for dealing with this matter, I am proposing from the chair, which I believe I'm entitled to do, that we will deal with it with the normal practice of the GM introducing the item with support from officers, that we will secondary deal with it by questions of clarification to the content of the report, not debate of it, and not argument to the report. Then we will have a period of time for councillors to discuss their perspectives on the report, not to engage in argument with officers, but within councillors. Then we will proceed back to the normal process of progressing through the recommendations, and my proposal is that is always with the discretion within the meeting, that we should proceed through the consideration of motions on a singular basis rather than a collective basis for this matter. That is proposing a proposed motion, procedural motion if you like, put to the table.
That is the correct way of doing it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your glowing endorsement, Councillor. It's a procedural motion. Are those in favour? Righto. Now can we proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As mentioned, this item refers to the pig and calf sale yards and the potential for council to lodge an appeal. Within the report, it mentions a number of dates there. More particularly, more recently, the 29th of January, the Heritage Council resolved, pursuant to the Act, to enter into the pig and calf sale yards into the Heritage Register as a state heritage place. It is apparent that council, under provisions of the Act, as owner may appeal a decision through the Planning Environment Court within 20 days of formal notification. That notification was received on the 5th of March, on the 5th of February, which allows us until the 5th of March to actually appeal that decision. So contained within the report also is information as at the time of preparing the report. Officers are still working through what heritage listing of the site will mean, not only to as an ongoing cost to council of the preservation of the site and what impacts that may have on further leasing arrangements with regard to the site. Hence the recommendations formulated around that. I'm happy to take questions from there. The rest of the report is reasonably self-explanatory within the information we had at this time.
Thank you, GM. Now, we have, obviously there are a number of layers to this issue. Councillors, are there points of clarification? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of questions. I'm happy to go through all of them at once, or happy to share with the other councillors, but may I start?
Prefer to deal with them one at a time so we can deal with the answers and tick them off, and happy that you work through your list and then we'll see who has up list.
Thank you. Question firstly is, will the heritage listing have any impact on the current designs for the Bedesert Town Centre Revitalisation project?
Yes, it certainly does have an impact. If the sale yards were to remain, we would look at ways in which they could be incorporated into the current design. Having said that, the overall layout and design of what is proposed is only minorly impacted, with some slight level changes with regard to how one of the sections of parking areas adjoins to that. But in consideration of any development that council puts forward, we certainly would have to look at how that integrates with the neighbouring facilities.
Probably following on from that, will the heritage listing have any impact on the provision of car parking in this precinct?
Not as the current stages of the development are currently listed. However, with its inclusion or with it remaining, it may impact on future stages of any expansion of any car park or other facility within that area.
Will there still be provision for caravan or RV parking in this precinct?
Yes, again, the provision of that RV parking is not affected by this decision at this stage. However, if there was a need or considered need to expand that portion of the precinct, we would certainly have to look at alternatives to the current future stages that had previously been at a very high level determined or designed.
Does the existing pig and calf sale yards comply with all state and local government standards?
The information provided to date shows that it doesn't, as it currently stands, and realistically, it's certainly something that we need to expand on further if the facility was to remain or to alternatively continue to be leased in some format.
At this stage, do we know the cost to upgrade this existing facility to comply to the necessary state and local government standards?
As contained within the report, there are a number of dollar figures that have been actually allocated as far as varying aspects of it would need some potential upgrade or work. But having said that, also contained within the report is the dependency on what can be or can't be done as part of the heritage listing, and certainly it impacts on or can be impacted on exactly what the facility is utilised for into the future. Now, if it continues to be utilised as a sales facility, I'm reasonably certain that with the information we've currently got, but I'm hesitant to say exactly what this would look like until we get further information that it wouldn't be operating as it does currently today.
So that probably leads me to my next question, which you may have covered in part there, but do we know if these upgrades would be compatible with the Heritage Council requirements?
I say that as an engineer, I try to deal in fact. The facts I have in front of me aren't clear enough to be able to suggest that any upgrades, well, just looking at what I have as a report, it is nominated deficiencies. I would then need to understand how those deficiencies can be met with keeping with the intent of the buildings remaining the way it is, which is further work that would be required to be able to appropriately answer that question.
And finally, is it likely that the cost to upgrade and maintain this existing facility will have an impact on Council's ongoing budgets and a subsequent impact on ratepayers?
Yes, it will have an impact. And again, it would be very dependent on what is resolved or decided to be the final outcome for the facility. Originally the budgets that we have in front of us were based around the removal of the facility. We would then have to reassess and relook at that. Now, contained within the report are some high-level numbers around if it was to remain as a museum piece, or right through to a functioning or potentially functioning facility of some level, given that we can actually undertake the upgrades that would allow it to be utilised that way.
Thank you for the clarification.
Further clarifications, councillors? Councillor West.
GM, my question, excuse me, was a little the same as Michael's, but I just want clarity really. Is there still work to be done on the ongoing costs? Do I understand from your comment that there's nothing concise or exact about those figures which aren't included in the report?
So when the report was prepared without the knowledge of the facility being heritage listed. So what was in there was actually taking into account that you could go in and replace some elements with more modern aspects, which may not actually be conforming with the listing itself. So without doing that further work, it's very hard to actually, and like I said, I like to deal with facts and I don't have all of them in front of me at the moment, and further work is required to get them.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just a quick one to the GM. Just inquiring how much consultation has occurred with the current leasee in regards to his expectations that he would continue his use of these yards, given the fact that we don't know what we can and can't do to bring it up to standard.
Given the nature that it is a lease and we're currently looking through the process of which the lease exists and any future lease may exist, I try and limit my answer to what I can publicly say. The reality of it is we've certainly spoken with the current leasee around the leasing requirements. Any further than that, I'd leave it at that as the answer.
Thank you.
Further clarifications, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Swanborough.
Mr. Mayor, it's in relation to the first item, first recommendation, that Council lodge an appeal to the inclusion of the Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale Yards in the Queensland Heritage Register on the grounds that the place does not satisfy the heritage criteria. The heritage criteria that was accepted by the Heritage Council was that the place or area has a strong or special association with a particular community or cultural group for social, cultural or spiritual reasons. Now, appeal is going to be about this very point, so I wonder if I could be advised, what are the grounds for this appeal, which is to the Planning and Environment Court, which would prove this particular statement or criteria to be wrong?
As contained within the report, we are backed up against a 20 business day timeline. The reality of it is at any stage, council could withdraw an appeal they've put forward. We still are seeking additional advice from our others to how or what would make up the portions of the appeal. At this point in time, that is the advice that I've been provided by others that would be most appropriate in this particular case, that we would lodge the appeal on those grounds.
Well, that follows, the next question follows on from that answer. So we don't have that information at the moment, yet we are being asked to resolve to appeal the decision. Does that make a lot of sense to you?
Mine is not to make...
Sorry, thank you. Councillor, I don't think that's an appropriate question for an officer about whether or not it makes sense. The officer has been asked to prepare a report by council for council to consider based on the balance of the issues. So whether or not it makes sense to the officer, he has an obligation to fulfil. I don't believe that's a reasonable question, and therefore, as the officer has said, that's not a comment for him to provide.
Well, I wonder if someone could provide information to me as to why council should be making a decision today to lodge an appeal to the inclusion of the Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale Yards in the Queensland Heritage Register, when it is clear that we have, at this point in time, no grounds whatsoever to believe that we will be successful in such an appeal, and bearing in mind that it's also going to cost the ratepayer, you know, $50,000 potentially, or even more. As to
yes. We're now going into what's going to happen later on discussion.
Yep.
So, if we've got a question on the report, I'm happy to sit here and listen to that. But this is all going to happen later on when we're going to have a discussion. So if we can get back to questions on the report, and then we can talk between ourselves, councillor, and happy with that.
My question is, Mr. Mayor, if the appeal was to cost ratepayers more than $50,000, which is in the report, and maybe go up to $100,000 or $150,000, would we still be making this same, considering the same recommendation today?
So, councillor, who's the question to?
The question's to all of the other councillors, I guess.
Well, councillor, that's not appropriate at this time. You're out of order. Clarifications from the GM to the report. Please respect the process. We've clarified it. We've done it through a resolution. It's not that hard, please, councillor.
I don't have your original motion in front, procedural motion in front of me to know what order that was in.
Councillor, that is quite a smug. I see the look, the smug look. Please, councillor, for clarity, I will clarify again for you because
that was going to be my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, very clearly, this is really simple. We are doing exactly what we normally do. The GM introduces the report as he's done, and we ask questions of clarification to the report. That hasn't changed. That's still where we're at. So there's no basis for confusion there. Then we will open an opportunity for discussion between councillors before we proceed back into the normal process of dealing with considering recommendations and whether they become motions. And in this circumstance today, that will happen one at a time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll hold my question for when we can, I can ask it of councillors. Thank you.
Further questions for clarification from the GM? Councillor McInnes.
Mayor, could I ask the GM when we will see some figures on what it is going to cost for this? This is 3 weeks ago that we got this information. When do we actually see the figures on what anything might cost for here?
Currently, we're slowly going through what this may mean, the reality of it is, before council officers get deep dive into the nitty gritty of finding out what is the information required, I'd prefer to have some level of direction in which the money should be invested. So right at this point in time, the report you have in front of us, we have the information that we have currently. To actually go down the next path would require a budget consideration to actually allocate funds to further investigate on top of what has already been put together. So that's probably my answer to that particular question.
Further clarification, Councillor Chalk?
There's been reference made that the sale yards doesn't comply with modern standards. Who has provided that information to us?
So we had an independent engineering investigation that highlighted, firstly, some structural elements that were non-compliant with appropriate heights. Also brought some advice to us around some of the potential improvements required for animal husbandry practices, mainly around the availability of water. Also highlighted the issues with regard to effluent runoff. Now, within the report, you'll see that one of the, we actually listed those that were part of the consultation process, and I'm just going to that page on the report. So within that, we've certainly received advice from those that are listed within the consultation to provide that advice to us, to what you see in the report. However, I will highlight that further work is required to get some firm figures around, firm idea around what would be the minimum requirements and what that would actually, so there's two things that co-align with this. One is the level of investment to the activity that actually is then able to be provided. So to actually allow or to what's there now, it's highly likely that that won't be able to continue into the future to be compliant, but there may be middle ground that can be reached with the level of investment that then also allows for the facility to remain in its current heritage state.
As it's pre-existing and has been operating for a long time, is this a trigger point in needing to comply to a new standard? Has something changed? Is this a trigger for it, or it's pre-existed for a long time?
And certainly, it's like a lot of things in what I deal with on a day-to-day basis. Unfortunately, I can't unsee the information that's provided to me, and it's up to me to then provide a risk profile across the allowance of something to continue. As a council officer, I can bring to council that these are the requirements to effectively and appropriately lease a building moving forward. If there's a decision to go against that, there would certainly be ramifications with regard to either a level of risk or otherwise, depending on the specific aspects that are being dealt with. Also, looking at the development around the site, there is certainly going to be a need to actually ensure that the activities at this site don't impact adversely on those, and vice versa.
Sorry, Councillor, another clarification?
Yes. I just want to ask the GM, in writing the report and the recommendation, was there any consideration given to how the pig and calf sale yards, if brought up to a new standard or even the best standard, that they could become a signature tourism attraction to the town, celebrating its cultural heritage and providing a unique opportunity for visitors to come to a beautiful site, which would be right next to a beautiful parkland, and could actually, if a business case is done, represent a great injection of cash into this town because of its unique location in southeast Queensland and close to Brisbane and Gold Coast. Was any consideration given to that?
I deal in facts. Right at this point in time, we're jumping to further down the process, I believe, with that. Certainly, I will say that every option is certainly considered. However, before options are considered, we need to have all the information to be able to make a firm commitment to any future direction. I would believe or put forward a future direction within a report. So, which part of this report is highlighting that, excuse me, the information is currently deficient in two areas. That is in how we operate the activity and also how the facility can continue to operate, given it potentially will be heritage listed, and then the other aspects to that, to the site that have now been highlighted to us within reports that have been provided.
My next question is, having looked at BOR funding right across the nation, I count up about 7 or 8 sale yards which have been funded under those particular programs. Would you consider making an application under one of those programs in order to upgrade the sale yards to the standards necessary to be that major tourist attraction?
Sorry, Councillor, that is outside of the scope of the consideration of the report today, and it is, as has been clarified already by the officer, that you're asking him to speculate around what might happen to fund future opportunities without the basis of fact. So he's already clarified that your speculation about future options is not a reasonable question to ask. You just asked another speculative question, and without the facts, as he's already indicated to you, that's not a speculation that I would think it reasonable for him as a responsible officer to entertain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but to actually make a recommendation to appeal something when we don't even have grounds for appeal is also speculative.
Do you have any further clarifications?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Could I ask clarification, what is the deadline for the opportunity to appeal?
And I'll look to Kartik to confirm that the date I've written in the report as being, or that he has written in the report as being the 5th of March, to be correct. Down on the bottom.
The officers confirmed that was correct if people hadn't heard that. Thank you. The further clarification to the content of the report and the implication of needing to be able to confirm action today, is there another ordinary meeting of council prior to the 5th of March?
I can answer that as no.
Thank you. Which is why. So, any further clarifications? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just a quick one to the GM. Can you just confirm that we have no idea from the Heritage Council what we can and can't do to improve those yards to make a significant tourist attraction?
To say we have no idea is probably the extreme. I would say we have enough of an inkling of an idea that we have to be very cautious in any work that we do on the site. So we need to maintain its heritage value. So some of the items that are listed within a report that requires updating is around effluent control. We may be able to manage that, but there are earthen floors within part of the facility which to be compliant may need to be concreted. It's whether that actually is a significant change to the intent of the structure or not, and we would certainly have to put that through a DA process. As any process, once listed, we would have any work that we do that's of any nature would have, other than minor maintenance, would have to go through a DA process and be approved by others, and not necessarily just done by us.
Thank you.
Further clarification,
Sorry, just
councillor.
one more question to the GM. Do we know by lodging an appeal, given that time is not on our side, is there a cost to that, or is it only once the proceedings start to develop?
There is certainly a cost. It's just the magnitude of the cost. Look, to be honest, I don't have the specific figures for just the lodgement of the appeal. Bulk of the dollars are generally associated with the time involved with preparing and then instigating any appeal process. And there's a fairly broad range of dollars within the report, and it does also have a proviso there that additional unknown experts may need to be called as witnesses, depending at what level the appeal then took. So that was a fairly low level figure with regard to what it would cost. But as far as just lodging the appeal, I don't have that information with me today.
Okay. Any further clarifications, councillors? Not. We shall now move into the discussion of perspectives around the content of the report, which is the focus of our attention today. Floor is open for you, councillors.
I'd like to ask all the councillors how much money would be a reasonable amount to spend on an appeal under these circumstances, given that every dollar that is spent on an appeal could be wasted when it actually could be channeled into actually fixing up the sale yards and making it, you know, as I've said, a signature tourism event. Are we risk adverse to this? Can we actually, you know, be responsible in saying, yeah, we're going to appeal something and we don't even have the grounds for that appeal?
Councillor McConnell.
I'd just like to say back, if you want to talk about maybe 50 to 80,000 to appeal versus $200,000 if we can, and we still don't know if we can turn it into a tourist attraction due to the still finding out from the Heritage Council, if we were to spend 300,000 to turn it into a tourist attraction and it doesn't work, where's the value for money there? We're not talking this year, next year, we're talking 20, 30 years into the future. So where's the cost effectiveness of appealing and still keeping some of the sale yards or doing another thing there, but versus spending money on something that, or doing our own venture to turn it into a tourist attraction, inverted commas, that is not viable.
So,
just to comment on that, the Heritage Commission have listed it. It's there. It's been done. We have to accept the decision. So regardless of what happens, and unless this decision is overturned, that pig and calf sale yard will remain operating as a pig and calf sale yard.
Sorry.
There will be some costs involved in getting it up to that, but there's an opportunity to go one step beyond that, and that is to put more money into it and make it a viable proposition and a signature proposition which will benefit not only the town but the region. It will satisfy those people who want to protect the heritage of the region, but it will also satisfy those people who understand that this town does need something extra to bring people to the town. And I can't think of a better way. It's just like Bow Desert Rail. It should have been operating now. But I think that for people to come and celebrate the heritage of our region will be a lot bigger attraction to come to this town than coming to a new library and parkland, which is the same everywhere and is not unique. Pig and calf sale yard is an absolute unique proposition, and I think it will be supported by the townsfolk. From what I understand of the culture of this town and surrounding regions, this is a rural-based community. They enjoy their heritage. They want to keep their culture. We know that because it's written into our community plan. You know, that Beaudesert should retain its cultural heritage, it shouldn't be taken away from them. And so this is the reason why I think, you know, to me, you know, if we spent $500,000 or $1 million, you know, it'd be worthwhile if we could generate something special, something unique in southeast Queensland, which is not anywhere else where you can do it in the centre, basically, of a small town. An extraordinary opportunity, to my mind, and these numbers are not big numbers compared to the $5.5 million we want to spend on upgrading a link to the new library and administration centre.
Sorry, Councillor, that was a blatant falsehood that you've just uttered there. Please retract the last comment. You're welcome to express commentary, but do not blatantly make false statements. And that last comment about $5 million for a connection is nowhere based in fact or in the conversations that we've had or formed any part of the report. So please retract that last statement.
Mayor, I don't believe I need to retract that statement because I don't think it was misinformation
Sorry,
at all.
Councillor, I'm directing you to withdraw it. It wasn't. It was clarified this morning that there's no fact-based to that comment. And I'm asking you now to respect the meeting and apologise for misunderstanding that item. You can further clarify at any point in the future.
I'll clarify it now. I'll clarify it now, Mr. Mayor. The increase that we saw this morning. Okay, let's say it's not even the whole connection
Councillor,
to the.
We are not prosecuting
point
that
of order.
matter again.
I'm trying to
Point
clarify,
of
Mr.
order,
Mayor.
Councillor.
Not
I am
on
directing you. At no time did the discussion this morning talk about a price tag for the piece that is the connection to the building. You are misrepresenting information. It wasn't part of reports. It has not been part of a specific discussion, and therefore you cannot make the statement that you've made. It is misleading information. Please retract the comment.
I will retract that part of the statement.
Do not speak over me.
I'm retracting that part as you requested, Mr. Mayor, and saying it should have related to the library hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Please, let's stick with truthful communications as far as, happy to have opinions, but let's stick to truth for our conversations, at least in here.
Are you satisfied with my reply, Mr. Mayor?
Not totally, Councillor, but I'll accept it for the good of letting this progress. So,
thank you very much.
Councillor Enright, do you wish to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I think this is about process, and as the adopted owners, I suppose you'd say, of this particular site, it provides us with a legal right as owner to respond to the Heritage Council decision through this appropriate legal avenue. So I think we're well entitled to appeal this, and the appeal can be withdrawn at any time should additional information be available. But I would like to also comment and thank Councillor Swanborough for raising the Beaudesert Rail as an example of a failed vision as a tourist destination, and would hope that we would never go down the road of a $6 million federal grant that was in a short amount of time wound up with nothing to be seen for it. So I do think that that's a great lesson, if nothing else, to ensure that we don't go down that road again to a potential tourism venture that in the minds of some people thought was the best thing to do, but in reality didn't have the business case to support.
Councillor, before you respond, I'd also like to just respond to your comments, because I would observe you are misinterpreting what the heritage registration means. It does not mean the continuance of pig and calf sale-outs. It means the preservation of a structure. It cannot compel the continuation of the sale. And the continuation of the sale is subject because it's run as a commercial operation. So you couldn't compel someone to continue to operate an ineffective commercial operation, the same as you couldn't compel council to invest in upgrading it to continue the sale. That's beyond the Heritage Council scope of what they've applied, is my understanding. And one of the challenges with this notion of upgrading it, the Heritage Council is quite specific about preserving it as it was, not upgrading it to some glamorised version, which is part of the challenge and interpretation that...
Just point of order, Mr Mayor. I never said anything about a glamorised version. I expect that its heritage value is going to be protected. I don't expect that it's going to be turned into, you know, a glitzy, you know, aluminium sale yards or anything like that.
So Councillor, to that point, part of the challenge, preserving it as it is in conflict with making it safe for use and making it legal for use. That's part of the challenge about why this report is before us today, is that the upgrades that have been indicated will fundamentally, to satisfy proper expectations for animal welfare, particularly as well as for environmental welfare, would be in conflict with preserving its character as it is. So that's part of the reason why there needs to be a better understanding with the Heritage Council, and there's plenty of evidence, I believe, of having appeals result in different outcomes. I think it would be, certainly from my point of view, I don't believe there's any desire from anyone at the table to disrespect and not continue to celebrate the heritage of the region. And it would be disappointing for that to be the notion of moving forward with some of these recommendations to be characterised that way. It would be outrageous.
Mr Mayor, just a comment on that. The use of the sale yards, and I don't have the, I'm not party to the whole application that was lodged, but I understand the continued usage of the sale yards is what people have asked for in the 1,250 people who signed a petition. Is this, the sale yard's been operating for over 100 years, 50 years in exactly the same location, and over 100 years in a location beside it, a little bit further away. So I'm not totally sure whether it's correct that this is all about the place. I think it's about the process as well. That is about preserving the what happens there as well as the actual place.
Councillor, what I've read so far, it's the place. Heritage Council cannot prescribe the use. That is the problem. Sometimes in life there are things called unintended consequences, and getting the heritage listing for the structure may actually be in conflict with preserving the use. That's one of the challenges about where we sit today. So that's why we're having this discussion.
Mr Mayor, I believe the people are just as much interested in protecting the place as they are the process and continuation of those particular uses around the sale yard. And
Councillor, you missed my point.
If there's any doubt about that, we should go back to consultation and ask them.
Well, Councillor, I very clearly understand what they asked for. You are missing my point. The Heritage Council set a control around the place that may be inconsistent with that expected outcome. That is the point. They've asked for it to be heritage listed. My understanding is that heritage listing is around place, not action, and therefore that is a point of conflict between the two halves of what's been asked for. And secondly, there's then a significant cost, and because it's a commercial operation there, should the community be bearing the cost for someone to operate a commercial operation in opposition to others who've had to pay for their own footprints? These are all questions that we need time to properly address, including through consultation. But our window of opportunity is very narrow to the 5th of March to be able to have the time to work through and get all those answers. Councillor McConnell, you've been waiting, sorry.
Yeah, just a quick one to Councillor Enright, if I could. given the fact the yards have been there 100 years and no one at this table is saying that we should, as is written in the paper and a few other comments from the papers, that we bulldoze it, is there a way of still celebrating the calf yards and incorporating that into the revitalisation?
Great question. Thanks, Councillor McConnell. I'd just like to correct that through the process of our application to, or our response to the Heritage Council, it's been definitively determined that the structure is really about 60 years old, and it was one of many for that area. However, I think there is a great opportunity to provide something that celebrates the heritage value of the pig and calf sale yards, and that is to have a heritage display. So to build a Beaudesert pig and calf sale heritage display in this vicinity. And I think that's a great opportunity for our community to celebrate that important, rich history that this region has built on, and provides that opportunity for us to develop something that is a bit unique and authentic.
Really just to say, and Michael, I think that's a very excellent idea. But I guess from where I sit, I believe that we have an opportunity, as is our right, to appeal the situation. We don't have to continue with it, but time is not on our side to even talk about all of these things, to get more information, to look at a lot of these concepts and things. So that's why I really believe we do need to lodge the appeal at this early stage, and then progress from there. There's a lot that we need to discuss further with our community, with the people that use the yards. And I must admit, I also have been advised by a number of people that it's the institution. They want the sales to stay in Beaudesert, and I'm not sure how much investigation we have done in that area about what options there are for pig and calf sales to still continue, even if they're not at that site, but somewhere within the town area. But we need time to do those investigations.
Could I perhaps provide a piece of information to that? That when this first came up last year, I've had approaches from multiple parties who out of respect, I won't name, one of whom indicated that as a preliminary gesture that they would be prepared to consider the structuring of a new facility adjacent to town to maintain access to that sale, because we all recognise the importance of that sale to some parts of our community. And so that's part of our dilemma, is we believe it's valuable to continue to have that access, and these parties have expressed a willingness to go down the path of putting structures in place that allow that to continue adjacent to Beaudesert, to provide for that need of community, and that was particularly in the context that should this listing be successful, that it would potentially preclude ongoing use. So that's certainly, again, a piece of information that we just would need to consider in our deliberations, but time is of the essence. Councillor McConnell?
I think that what you said, and Councillor West goes along. Last year, I actually went down on a Monday to one of the sales, and just let you all know, I used to go down. I bought calves from there and a few chooks and geese over the years. I went down, so I do use it. I went down end of last year to one of the Monday sales in my dress with my badge on, and spoke to some of the people, and it was about the event. They were happy as long as we kept the sale yards there. A lot of people come from outside of the Scenic Rim, but what used to be the old Beaudesert Shire, and they just like the meeting. It wasn't about we must stay in these yards as they are. It was more about we just like coming to Beaudesert, bringing the stuff, because it's not just about pig and calf, it was about some of the other items that they bring along, the knickknacks, some of the stuff from the farm to be able to sell. So it was a bit more about the social interaction that they had and that they've had over many years, rather than we must keep these sale yards as they are and they must be at this place. So, and they were more than happy to talk to me. It was very cordial. I didn't have one person attack me or anything, which I thought was going to happen, but they were fine. It was more about social interaction and keeping that community event rather than we must keep the pig and calf sale yards.
Councillor McGuinness?
Mayor, could I just get back into the question to the GM?
Not right at the moment, sorry, Councillor. This is our discussion time. We can come to further questions when we move forward. Sorry, I'm going to be a stickler because I'll get pulled up otherwise. Whilst I'd like to allow that flexibility, I'll stick to the structure of the motion.
I'll make a statement, and whether it's right or not might be open to interpretation. It's my understanding that we will be able to recoup some of the money if we have to spend them on the yards by increasing the lease payment to how much that would be open to speculation. The other point I'd like to make is that number one, I believe it's important that we, in the recommendation, there is no, wait till I just get the recommendation.
Behind you on the screen.
Yeah, that helps. There are no grounds, I'm not seeing any grounds, and it concerns me that we appeal this without having any background information to satisfy the heritage criteria. So what basis we're doing it at. I agree we can withdraw that, and I wouldn't be keen on voting for this unless I know that it's coming back to council when all the information is before us, whether we proceed from that point on or not.
Sorry, Councillor, for clarity, I'm trying to understand your comment. To go forward and lodge an appeal at this stage has to happen before the 5th of March or we miss the opportunity. You're talking about further clarity after that time once proper legal advice can inform.
No, I'm talking when we get proper advice from staff, what it is going to cost us. This is very open-ended, this recommendation. And unless the details are coming back to us and we get a say on whether we proceed with it or withdraw it, where we do have an opportunity, I am not keen on the recommendation.
Sorry,
so
Councillor,
I want that assurance that it will come back to council for us to proceed further with it.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm confused, and we will talk about this when we get to the motions, but if you don't lodge by the 5th of March, don't worry about coming back. We don't have a meeting again before the 5th of March. It's only a week away. That's, I guess, the reason why it's here today. So I'm trying to understand what is it that you're talking to. I didn't understand clearly what you were talking.
Mr. Mayor?
We can lodge the appeal now.
Right.
And I don't mind lodging it as long as it's on the basis that council have the opportunity to withdraw that when the information, the complete relevant information comes back to us sometime after the 5th of March.
Thank you. That's most helpful. Thank you. That's helped me. I was not quite getting those dots connected. Councillor Swanborough, yes.
Mr. Mayor, there's still the opportunity, in view of the ramifications of this whole thing, is to call a special meeting once we have that information before us, so that we can then decide whether we lodge the appeal or not.
Councillor, my understanding is there's no prospect that we'll have all of that information, and particularly given the sorts of issues that Councillor McGuinness has just alluded to, that it's realistic to think that information and that the engineering report will be finalised and returned, reviewed and certified in that time. That's part of the challenge of timing that we've been talking through, and you just can't say it any more plainly. We are between a rock and a hard place on the timing here. That's really what we're at.
Just a quick one on the appeal. We don't have to have a 20-page document on why we're appealing. We just have to say that we are appealing this decision. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, but we can ask for that clarification when we move forward to the next part of this conversation.
Even if we do that, we aren't engaging lawyers and solicitors and all that just yet. We're only lodging the appeal. And in 2 weeks' time, when they come back to us with the information, it is a simple case of just saying we withdraw the appeal. Is that correct? Okay, happy with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, the appeal has nothing to do with the cost of the sale yards or upgrading costs or anything like that. That's not even going to come into it when it goes to the Planning Environment Court. It'll all be about the criteria. Is this the place, or does this place have a strong or special association with a particular community or cultural group for social, cultural or spiritual reasons? We have to argue yes or no on that particular point. And that's what the appeal is all going to be about.
Sorry, Councillor. I understand your perspective. I believe from research of a wide range of appeals, there's a much wider range of issues that get clarified potentially through mediation conversations, and the issues that we're trying to address. This is not about cost for anything. We've talked about the clarity of, and the exact issue that sits at the nub of this is there any compatibility between a heritage listed place and an ongoing use which requires significant modification to the structure? We don't have clarity about what those modifications need to be, and we won't have that clarification. So I'm glad Councillor McGuinness has clarified that, what he was pointing to there, because we're all in exactly that same, well, I'm certainly in the same place as you, Councillor McGuinness, that we want to have the time to get that answer right, and not move down a path of going down a path that wastes money on either side. We need to have the clarity of information before we can have the conversation with the Heritage Council about what is and isn't possible. But without an appeal in place, we run the risk of losing any opportunity for that conversation. That is the great concern. That is the simple reality.
I assume this is going to be months before it's heard in the Environment Court.
We can clarify what the typical timing is. When we can ask for additional information when we come back to consider the independent motions, but normally there would be a fair lead time based on the experience of the last few years. There's normally a fair lead time. If not, councillors, I propose that we will now move forward from that time and move to the next step, which is to move forward to the consideration of the motions. Now, we have some recommendations that I will ask the GM to introduce item 1 of those recommendations and see whether it converts to a motion or whether there is a preference in a place. But let's have that recommendation first.
Mayor, first recommendation reads that Council lodge an appeal to the inclusion of the Desert Pig and Calf Sale Yards in the Queensland Heritage Register on the grounds that the place does not satisfy the heritage criteria.
Councillor Enright?
Mayor, I'd like to propose a replacement motion.
We should hear that. We have a recommendation, but I'm happy that you've taken the floor, and rather than that motion,
Mr. Mayor, we don't have we need to have a seconder before we can have an amendment to it.
No, he's not asking, he's not moving an amendment, councillor. There's no motion. No motion. There's no motion. He's proposing a motion. For clarity, councillor, just to be, thank you. Propose your motion, councillor.
So 1, that Council lodge an appeal to the Planning and Environment Court to the inclusion of the Desert Pig and Calf Sale Yards in the Queensland Heritage Register full stop. 2, that when further information regarding the impact and implications of the Heritage Council listing is available, be brought back to Council for consideration for further legal action.
You have to speak up.
Yep.
Over your shoulder.
So I'll read point 2 again. That further information. That when further information regarding the impact and implication of the Heritage Council listing is available, be brought back to Council for consideration of further legal action.
For consideration.
Legal action.
Further legal action. Councillor, just read that and confirm that's the wording you're proposing as replacement of the recommendation for motion 1.
Can we make that planning and environment rather than P&E?
That'll be updated.
Yep, okay.
These are working minutes.
Yes, right, yeah.
So,
and Duncan, I just can't.
Yeah, go on.
So first off, are you comfortable that you've got the wording up there that you want, Councillor, that you're moving?
Point of clarification, is this replacing the 3 recommendations or just the first one?
No, we're dealing with item 1, so I can clarify that. We can decide if we want to dispense the other 2, but we're just dealing with item 1. Clarified because that was the motion we put in place to deal with this matter. Now, there were some questions. Now is a time, before we move to a seconder, consider a seconder. We have a mover to a motion, not to an amendment, to a motion. Are there additional questions of requests of information that you would now like to seek, some of which were asked before when they weren't able to be put to the GM?
Question to Councillor Enright.
First off, no, sorry. Can I just see first off if there are questions? So this is additional information first off. Can we just please, Councillor, humour me with some structure? Can we ask first off, any questions to the GM? There were questions before. Councillor McConnell, you had a question that you wanted to understand that I said would be best dealt with when we had this, so you could ask the officer. And it's cleared your mind now, hasn't it?
I'm pretty sure the GM can remember, so I will pass on to the GM.
Yes, I believe the question was around what is the volume of paperwork required to be lodged as a point of appeal. Sufficient to acknowledge that the appeal has been put in place. It could be a couple of pages or it could be more detailed than that. However, generally speaking, we would expect a couple of pages would be presented first off, and additional information provided as long as it was pertaining to the information already included in the appeal.
Thank you. So I had 2 other questions that I had heard before from, I can't remember exactly from who, but one was about what question for additional information, if possible today, indication of timing from lodging to likely progress of an appeal.
I'm not in a position to be able to
I look to the acting GM, Custom and Regional Prosperity, who's had more experience in such matters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The process normally takes a couple of months to progress to any serious level. The Planning Environment Court is very strong on mediation, and so they would ask the applicants or the parties involved to undertake mediation first, prior to any legal action or court hearing being taken.
Thank you. Now, the other question that I heard from the floor, which I'm just trying to carry through into this as the proper process, was, is there an indicative timing of when we might have the versions of engineering reports and costings analysis back?
Not at this stage. I would say that in addition to that question, if council wants us to progress to that further requirement, we would then need a budget adjustment to be able to proceed on that matter, as we're getting into a level of detail that is outside of the funding scope of that particular area or function of council.
Thank you. Councillor Swanborough?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do. I do. The GM said that the appeal's been prepared already. Is that correct? The paperwork?
Sure.
Sorry. Processes have been put in place to actually have appeal put together. However, we have not progressed to the point where it's in a draft form for us to review.
So, by taking out the words "on the grounds that the place does not satisfy the heritage criteria," is that still in the application or not? Bearing in mind that the only appeal criteria that this will be is on those grounds, and it won't be anything to do with engineering reports or costings on the sale yard. This is just about the criteria. The Planning Environment Court wants to know, okay, it's been approved because it satisfies this. How come it doesn't satisfy this? Council, tell us why it doesn't satisfy this. That's the only decision that's going to be brought up.
Sorry,
so all
Councillor.
This other stuff is a little bit peripheral.
Point of order, Councillor. That was out of line. That was out of line. That discussion. You went past asking a question, and you went into posing an argument. I'm going to give you. I've got to warn you. Please respect the process. We varied it. We've explained it twice, 3 times, and you continue to want to step outside. I just ask that you respect the proper process of the chamber like others are, please. So now, Councillor, you said you had a question for Councillor Enright before we were clarifying things with the GM. Do you still have a question for Councillor Enright?
I do. Is it why does his proposed resolution take away the words "on the grounds that the place does not satisfy the heritage criteria"? What was the reasoning behind that?
Thank you for the question. The reason is really to open that opportunities up and for the legal team to explore the avenues rather than confining it to a specific area.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor. So any further additional information? Not. I seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Enright, do you now wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I do. There is so much that we don't know about the Queensland Heritage Listing and the potential implications and unintended consequences. But we have only 8 more business days before the opportunity to appeal closes. I think we should pursue that avenue to ensure we are allowing as greater opportunity as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Swanborough.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think the grounds of this appeal has been stated at all, and I think we're on the wrong tangent here in relation to what we want to achieve. I don't think that this further information that's going to be provided has anything to do with the appeal question which will be put in front of the court, and so I think there's a great misunderstanding here that what we are actually resolving to do, and it could cost us a lot more money because we're not understanding this process properly. And I think that actually lodging an appeal to the Planning and Environment Court sends a message out to the community that we don't accept the umpire's decision that's occurred, because 1,250 people signed a petition, which is a pretty big amount of people who were in favour of retaining the pig and calf sale yards, and council's saying to the community, we don't respect that at all. We want to get rid of it, and the best way to do that is to win an appeal so that it can be bulldozed. And I think that's not going to be in our favour, and is going to have long-term implications and for us if we don't respect what the people want in relation to this issue.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I'd just like to speak for it. It's not that we're going to pursue this 100%, but it leaves an option open for us to be able to appeal the decision, which is the right of every Australian and has been taken up by some people in this chamber by writing letters to the paper. So everyone has that right to appeal a decision of the judge or a court, and it should remain open. And at no stage has anyone in this chamber said that we will bulldoze those yards. That is not an option that I've ever said, that Councillor Enright or any other councillor in this chamber has said. And I just want to make it clear to the people out there that the comments of Councillor Swanborough saying that we will bulldoze it are incorrect. And I fully support this.
Please, I just caution you to stick to the conversation in the chamber rather than the conversation that might be happening in other forums.
Okay, thank you. So it's only an option where we have the ability to withdraw this at any time once the council officers have been able to gain enough information. And that's all we're doing. So we just keeping this option available so that we do have other options. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? You've already spoken, Councillor. Please, again, just respect the process. Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak to the motion? Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I'll be voting in favour of this motion. While I have serious concerns over the appeal, I believe we have to get the full information, and we have no option but to put our foot in the door, so to speak, so we can give the opportunity to appeal if that's needed. Disappointed that we haven't got the full information here by now. I understand it takes a bit of doing. With the information we have, I think this is a right resolution rather than what was the recommendation that was put in front of us. So while it's the right thing, I have serious concerns over whether we should be pursuing it down the track, but that depends on what comes before us in the coming weeks.
Councillor, anyone else wishing to speak to this? I will speak. I think it would be very inappropriate interpretation that putting an appeal in place was anything but council trying to execute proper responsibility to ensure the clarity of the commitments around the heritage listing, including any limitations and needs to have variations to that. The only mechanism available to us is to work through an appeal to get those sorts of conditions, if it requires the provision for variation to allow further use, or in fact to have the clarity that that's not within their scope to allow any form of modification because it would impair the heritage value. That's an important conversation. The only mechanism for progressing that, as I understand it, is in fact for us to work through the first stage of appeal to have the opportunity to open that dialogue. And that's about trying to satisfy the wide range of perspectives in our community, which includes the possibility for ongoing use. So I am supportive of this motion for that reason. Anyone else seeking leave to speak to the motion? Not. Councillor, do you want to close? No, happy? Then we put the motion as tabled by Councillor Enright in those two statements previously introduced. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Division 1 calls for a division. Those in favour, Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Those against, Division 1. Now, we have a second recommendation before us today to consider whether we wish to carry it forward as a motion. Please introduce the recommendation, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. The second recommendation, which I believe will now frame the third recommendation, will be Council acknowledge that further investigations are required to fully understand the implications of inclusion of the desert pig and calf sale yards in the Queensland Heritage Register on future upgrades, improvements and ongoing maintenance of the sale yards.
Now, someone wishing to move or seeking to replace? Councillor Enright?
Happy to move, Mayor.
Happy to move. Now, any additional questions for clarification or for additional information from the GM to this item? Take silence as meaning no. A second.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, it just seems to be redundant. When further the previous recommendation was when further information regarding the impact and implication of the Heritage Council listing is available, the matter be brought back to Council for consideration. It just seems to be redundant to that particular recommendation.
That may be, Councillor. It was there as a recommendation. We have a mover. Thanks for your comment. We've not sure you again keep stretching the boundaries, but do I have a seconder? Councillor West. Councillor Enright, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this just goes to support the views around the table that more information is available. And I think this is an appropriate way to have more information available to help us in the decision making into the future.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I'd just like to support Councillor Enright there. This is about further investigations to fully understand how that'll impact the operations of the pig and calf sale and associated leasing arrangements, where the original one was coming back from the Heritage Council. So it's just getting further information for us so that later on we can make a better informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak additionally?
Yeah, I think both 2 and 3 are superfluous. I agree with Councillor Swanborough, but if we want to go through with it.
So, thank you, Councillor. We now put the motion. Those in, you don't wish to speak further, Councillor Knight? Those in favour? Those against? Motion carried. We move. Okay. Division called. Those in favour, Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Those against, Division 1. We move to the next recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. Final recommendation in this item is the Council acknowledge that further investigations are required to fully understand the implications of inclusion of the desert pig and calf sale yards in the Queensland Heritage Register on the ongoing operations of the pig and calf sales and associated leasing arrangements.
Councillors, we have a recommendation. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Enright. Do we have any additional questions or additional information required to be able to consider this? Not, I seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk, wish to speak to this matter, Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is another important part that we need additional information and further investigations are required to work on how we progress from here.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, again, supporting Councillor Enright, because it is only about acknowledging that further investigations are needed to be brought to council. That's it. It's not saying we're going to go this way or that way. It's acknowledging that we require further investigations to be able to make an informed decision. So I'll be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else seeking leave to speak to this matter? Not. We put the motion as introduced. Those in favour? And those against? That's carried.
Yeah, call for a division again, Mr Mayor, please.
Councillor McConnell, Division 2, calling division again. So those in favour, Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Against Division 1.
Mayor, could I propose an additional motion, please?
It's up to the floor. We have recommendations, but we're also, if it's, as long as it's related to this matter.
Okay, it is certainly. And that proposed additional motion is that comma, in conjunction with the appeal to the Planning and Environment Court, Council engage with the community members responsible for the Bedesert Pig and Calf Sale Yard Heritage application to achieve an amicable compromise based around building a Bedesert Pig and Calf Sale Yard Heritage display.
Councillor, before we move forward again, questions or clarifications or questions for additional information to this item? Oh. I know he turned away. He turned away. So let's hope when he's still, it looks like it's still working. Thank you. Just that he turned away from the microphone to translate that.
Can we get him to just read it again?
Just read it again for certainty.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm proposing an additional motion that in conjunction with the appeal to the Planning and Environment Court, Council engage with the community members responsible for the Bedesert Pig and Calf Sale Yard Heritage application to achieve an amicable compromise based around building a Bedesert Pig and Calf Sale Yard Heritage display.
So just a quick one, there was put an extra Bedesert in there before the first pig and calf, so yeah.
Yep, thank you. Clarification of wording. Now, any questions before we move to get a second? Any points of additional information required?
Mayor, I think this is a separate motion to what we're discussing completely. I don't think it's relevant to the motions that we've got there. I'm not against us having a heritage display, but I believe it's a completely different issue.
So, Councillor, I think that's slightly different to asking. I'm asking if you want additional information rather than expressing opinions at the moment on it. So,
well, I'll phrase it in the point of order.
Do you have a question about?
I'll raise a point of order, Will. Chair.
Mm-hmm.
That we, rather than the matters that we're talking about.
Wish to respond at all to that observation, Councillor Enright?
Yeah, I would, Mayor, thank you. And this is really about compromise. And I will give a bit of background if you just bear with me. Can I speak to the motion yet? I don't have a second.
No, you can't speak to the motion
okay.
yet, so I'm just going to be a bit circumspect.
Yeah, okay. So this is really about ways to progress what has been a fairly divisive issue within our community, and it dissects the issue into use and building or structure. And bear with me in this process. I have put a lot of thought into this and believe that we're looking for a way to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor. I was going to pull you up otherwise so you can speak to the motion in a moment. I'm just contemplating Councillor McInnes's point of order. I believe it has enough connection because it refers to the connection to an appeal and is couched in the context of the potential outcome of an appeal needing an alternative path forward. So in that regard, we allow it to at least continue through this consideration at this time. But any other questions before we move to getting a seconder so we can then debate it?
Just a question, Councillor Enright. Why do you only want to engage with the community members responsible for the heritage application? I mean, there were 1,250 people in the community, who signed a petition clearly identifying they wanted to keep it. So why not? Why wouldn't we just go back out to consultation with the full community, not just a select few?
Look, I would be happy to go to a wider community, but it's about building bridges, and it's about coming to a amicable compromise. And obviously the ones who are involved in the applications are the ones that are most invested. I will outline in my speaking to the motion that potentially could go wider than just the people who did the application, but happy that the community are involved in this journey.
Any other questions before I seek a seconder so that we can move into the debate?
Yeah, just to the GM, has there been in this whole process discussion with those in the community that did lodge the heritage application? Have we had discussions with them, or has it been separate?
Not at this point in time, no. Not at this point in time, not in any great detail.
Thank you.
Okay. In the absence of further questions, I seek a seconder. Councillor West. Now, Councillor Enright, now is your moment to speak to your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Of all of the issues in my time as councillor in this area, and in fact, the last 40 years of my adult life that I've been an active member of the Bethesda District, this issue has been one of the most divisive in our community. There is nothing that has preoccupied my time more and nothing more important to me than to resolve this issue so that our town can heal the wounds and work together to achieve an amicable outcome to move forward. We are at an incredibly exciting time for Beaudesert, with record investment in our town, both private and public funds, as our town transitions from an almost 150-year-old country town to the service centre of our region and the gateway to the Scenic Rim. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the people who submitted this application, and I truly respect their passion for this site and the role that it has played in our rural history. I hope that my vision for the Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale Yard Heritage Display can provide an amicable solution to this difficult situation and an appropriate way to move forward. It is essential that the two components of this issue, one, the ability to operate a small livestock sale, and two, the structure, are not confused in this discussion. It has never been the intention of Council to cease the operation of a pig and calf sale in the Beaudesert district. It is clearly evident from the details in this report that the ability to hold a small livestock sale in this existing facility in its current state is no longer possible. This operation cannot continue as it has done now that we have received the advice by an independent engineer that this facility does not comply with building, environmental, safety and animal welfare standards. In my view, it is simply not viable, not commercially viable, to upgrade this deteriorated 60-year-old structure to comply with the many government standards. I am sure that anyone with the skills to assess this situation on a commercial basis, rather than an emotive one, will agree. Any future investment requires a commercial evaluation by an appropriate entity based on the cold, hard facts of capital investment and potential return on this investment. The fact that there are two established privately owned alternate sites nearby that could be adapted to small livestock sales provides an opportunity for this commercial evaluation to occur and a more logical way forward. So in reality, what purpose and appeal does an old deteriorated structure have when it is not able to host a small livestock sale and where the general public may not be permitted to even enter due to the lack of compliance to building, environmental, health and safety regulations? So with your forbearance, I would like to explain the intent of this motion. So the motion, as we know, is that in conjunction with the appeal to the Planning and Environment Court, Council engage with the community members responsible for the Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale heritage application to achieve an amicable compromise based around providing a Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale heritage display. Let's work with the people who have demonstrated their passion for this site and work to achieve a much better outcome. Should the appeal to the Planning and Environment Court be successful, then the following occur. Council carefully dismantle the existing structure, retaining as much of the internal workings, usable timber and steel roofing as possible. Council design and develop a reduced scale but life-size Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale Yard heritage display based on the original. Yes, thank you. I would appreciate leave. 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Okay, thank you. Okay. The council design and develop a reduced scale but life-size heritage display based on the original sale yard facility using much of the original components from the original structure within the area of the Bedesert Town Centre precinct. Let's recreate a truly valuable space that oozes authenticity and celebrates the rich rural history of our district using much of the original timber panels and gates. I could see that council could engage with the local men's shed to provide a creative and functional items displayed from the remaining timber panels and gates to be displayed in and around the town centre precinct. I could see that through storyboards with historic photos, stories of past sale yards, including video footage of actual sales, and possibly even a real-world augmented reality experience, visitors could experience the action of the sale yards, including hearing the sounds and witnessing some of the characters of the sale at any day, at any time.
You'll have a chance to add some comments when you're closing out this matter, but I've given you some extra time, but it's important to get those key aspects out. Now, anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Swamborough?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I note with interest Councillor Enright's long discussion about this issue, but I also note the continuing theme of it's my vision to do this and my vision to do that. But I think as a council we're here to not have our own personal visions. We're here to listen to what the community want. And I would say that from what I've been hearing and from the evidence that's available, the community want to keep this sale yards as an operating sale yards. I believe it was already on the table, the possibility of putting a display out there, and I think that's already been rejected. So I don't think this motion is going to go anywhere particularly. So I'll vote against the motion because I don't believe it's going to serve any purpose, and I don't believe that there's any scope, for this to be successful in any way.
Councillor, anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the motion. I think it's a good start to do this, as it says, in conjunction with the appeal, instead of leaving it till after. So whether that appeal is successful or not successful, starting this process of a compromise or some other options with those in the community, I think is a good idea and well worth endeavouring to have a look at how we can move forward. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Councillor Chilk?
I think this preempts a lot of a process that's got to take place beforehand. We're starting another process in conjunction with one we don't know the outcome of yet. So we're going to put man hours into something that may not even be relevant, and to target one part of the community over others, especially when it's going to go to council to pay for all these things, I don't think is the appropriate. It'll have budget implications, so you'll have to go to the wider community to see if they accept the bill for it. So I reject this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor West?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, I speak in support of the motion. This has been a very contentious matter within the community, and I guess the heritage listing happened rather quickly because for whatever reason, but I think this is a very good opportunity to engage with those very passionate individuals in the community who got the process going. We can later then go on to other people, but I think this is a really good start with that key group at this stage.
Councillor, anyone who wishes to speak against Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Mayor, I'll speak against the motion. I think this will be viewed quite cynically by the wider community. I believe that after a motion that we're going to appeal, and then you turn around and say, well, we're trying to put an olive branch out there, I don't think it will go down well with those involved in, especially in this, and be interesting to see. We haven't, as far in my mind, we haven't made a final decision on whether we're going to pursue this further. And like Councillor Chalk, I think we should wait until where we do go with our final declaration of what we do with the appeal.
Thank you. Councillor Enright, do you, is anyone else, apart from me, I'm not wishing to speak further to this matter, so Councillor Enright, do you wish to close?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the other councillors' comments. And I would perhaps just like to comment in regarding the finance of this proposed project. As well as providing an important historical record of the sale yards in this area, it is also a unique and authentic way to celebrate our rural heritage. Council may seek funding to develop and deliver the Pig and Calf Sale Yard Heritage Display. Grant funding could be provided, and I think Councillor Swanborough did actually talk about 6 or 7 or 8 areas that have been successful in funding for similar projects. So grant funding might provide an opportunity to allow this project to grow without the financial burden on ratepayers. But finally, for Council to engage with our community groups and community representatives, I think is a very important part, and have a consultative body for the development implementation of this project. Mayor and councillors, there is no doubt that our region, and particularly Beaudesert, are experiencing what I refer to as growing pains. These are the uncomfortable feelings as our surrounds change from what we have known to something new, to meet new demands and opportunities. I understand that some people are less comfortable with these changes than others, particularly for those who've lived here for a long time. I understand this. However, I would much rather be dealing with the challenges of a growing community than the opposite of a shrinking community with falling population and dwindling social and economic base. I strongly believe that this alternative for a Beaudesert Pig and Calf Sale Heritage Display provides a workable compromise to achieve a much better outcome in respecting the heritage of our rich rural history and provide a much more usable outcome. And I ask that you support this motion.
Councillors, we have a motion before us. Put the motion as tabled. Those in favour? Those, sorry, those, so I'll just, those against? Guinness was confused for a moment. The motion is carried. Councillors, are there any other motions regarding this item 10.6? If not, we'll now. Councillor, use your microphone, please.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that following the results of the appeal, if it's lost, then that budget consideration be given in the 2021-22 budget for upgrading the pig and calf sale yards to the appropriate standard of building, environmental and safety as required.
I'm not sure that actually represents a relevant outcome to the appeal, but we can debate that in a moment. So that's a motion tabled by Councillor Swanborough. questions, councillors, before we seek a second? Any points of clarification?
Question to Councillor Swanborough. Given that this will be looking at staff before, thinking months and months away, before this is determined, is that possible? It will be after our budget has been.
Well, I did. I'll respond to that. I didn't think it would take that long, to tell you the truth. It's only a small sale yard. I think it's very easy to work out what needs to be done and to cost it. We don't need to blow this out of all proportion, but we're talking about a tiny project here in relation to.
Sorry.
I say, that we could withdraw that appeal very soon once it starts, and so I guess we don't know the timing of that, but I guess I can't. The motion as it's worded says that we can't actually make provision in the budget unless we know when the appeal is lost.
Which means that your timing requirement can't be achieved. So it's the next available budget. Is that?
Can I say lost or withdrawn?
Councillor, can I ask a question? Your motion suggests that if the am I right that you're saying if the heritage listing is sustained in its current form, that we should then be budgeting to modify it from the form in which it's been preserved? That's what how I read that.
Can I just ask the GM a quick question? Do we know what we can and can't do to the yards at this stage? GM? Do we know what we can and can't do to the sale yards at this stage in relation to heritage?
Not at this stage, no. That was part of the one of the recommendations put forward, that we acknowledge that further information is required to be able to make that to ascertain that.
Thank you. Any other questions for that before we not? Do we have a seconder? Well, that's the way it was spoken. Oh, it's lost or withdrawn. So,
I'm happy with those words. Yeah.
Do we have a seconder?
Can we just get him to read that out, because there'll be obviously people in the gallery.
Read it out, please, councillor, and then I.
Yeah, following the results of the appeal, if lost or withdrawn, that council be given that consideration be given by council in the 21-22 budget for upgrading the builders at pig and calf sale yards to the appropriate standards of building environment and safety as required.
Seconded by Councillor Chalk. You wish to speak to your motion, Councillor Swanborough?
I know, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will speak to it. It's just that we do have a duty of care. It's a shame that, and I hear this criticism a lot. Well, council, one of its strong arguments along the way has been, oh, look, it's dilapidated, run down, it's not fit for purpose and whatever. And then people say, well, isn't it a council sale yard? And shouldn't it have been kept up to date? And isn't that our fault? So I think regardless of what happens, if it's gone and council removes it or demolishes it or whatever it was originally planning to do, it's not a problem. But if it stays, then we have an obligation to bring it up to speed, and that's basically what this recommendation saying?
Sorry, speaker against?
It's just I was too slow in asking for an amendment.
So,
can you give me some leniency being the new guy on the block?
No, look, I'm sorry. We need to press.
Okay.
Councillor West.
Look, I appreciate Councillor Swanborough's motion, but I just think that this is really a motion for another meeting when we come back to discuss, as we plan to do, once we know what's happening about the appeal and with the other information that we're all asking for, which we don't currently have. So that's why I can't support it right now.
Anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor Chalk?
We just supported one that is based on around one possibility of a result. So this is just another option on another possibility of a result, and that we will have to sit down and think about. If lost, we'll have to think about the budget requirements. So I'll support it.
Anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor McConnell?
I'm actually going to speak for the motion because
you can't yet, because I'm still seeking a speaker against the motion.
I shall wait.
I shall speak against the motion for the reason that it fails to recognise that the current understanding, regardless of what the appeal does or doesn't do, unless the appeal provides additional clarity, there's the high probability that the listing in its current form will not allow any modification, because that's, by virtue of its nature, will only allow maintenance to the current standard. And the issues that are there are fundamentally around being able to allow it to continue to be used with livestock in place, not just for people to visit, but to actually deal with the impacts, as was explained at some length before, about separation of wastes from wastewater, as well as animal welfare, watering and so forth. So it is preemptive, I believe, until we have better understanding to know what we should actually be budgeting for to make a place safe as a display or to make it safe as an operating building. It's not possible to have that from the motions above until we have better clarity. I'm not sure how we can progress this motion. Anyone else wishing to speak for? Councillor.
Yeah, I'll just speak for, because it's not actually giving any direction, this one. It's just asking for consideration. Obviously, that consideration is going to have to take into account the other three motions that we've already had, and in regards to the Heritage Council and what we can and can't do. So it's just giving us time down the track. It's only asking for consideration. It's not saying we are to. So I'd consider in the future, if the Heritage Council came back and said no, it's to remain as it is without fixing it up and all that sort of stuff. It's only asking for consideration, and I'd consider it in the budget if we had to fix it up and make it safe. It's not saying in there that we have to, that the pig and calf sales remain at that location. It's given us the option. So yeah, I've got no problem with supporting our consideration to look at a budget later on in the next financial year.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Enright?
Maybe not against, but just highlighting that there are too many unknowns to perhaps make a commitment at this stage, and there's no reference to animal welfare, there's no reference to requirements of the Heritage Council. So I think that's a motion that doesn't have enough direction for a suitable outcome.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone else wishing to speak? Otherwise, we'll return. Councillor McKinnon.
Yeah, I think the key word is consideration. It's not committing us to anything, but it's I think it's consideration, and there could be 5 other issues that come to light that we should be taking into account when assessing it.
Councillor Swanborough, everyone's had a word, so do you wish to close your item?
Mr Mayor, look, it's just a request for consideration, as Councillor McGuinness has said, and we all know that when you're doing budgets, you can't always predict everything in advance. That's why they're budgets and not actuals. And so I believe there's scope for whatever happens going forward when we have our budget considerations.
Okay. Motion. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried.
Better do a division on that one, so it's fairly close there, Mayor.
Division 2 calls for a division. Those in favour are Division 1, 2, 5 and 6. Those against, Mayor, Division 3 and 4. Any other matters relating to item 10.6, councillors? If not, at 10 to 2, whilst we do have 3 items left, I will call an adjournment for us to have some lunch for 20 minutes to return at 2:10 to continue with the rest of the business of the meeting. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, officers. Welcome back to those continuing to share the meeting with us from the digital gallery. We will press ahead with item 10.7, and can I just ask the GM Council Sustainability, please remind, oh no, here he comes. Let's press on, please introduce the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. 10.7 deals with the 10-year Infrastructure Capital Works Program. Councillors, this document is in draft to assist with design development ahead of the adopted budget being finalised in June. This document is usually presented in confidential, but we have reviewed this and have now placed this in open for community interest. As indicated, the work identified in the list of capital works items needs to progress to design stage to be ready for the new financial year, and is, for the most part, only in a very early stage of development. With Council's consent to proceed, this provides support to officers' efforts in targeting those projects listed next year with a higher level of certainty. We will be in a better position later generally in the budget development stages to respond to specific inquiries that you may have related to each of the projects. The acknowledgement of this 10-year capital investment program by no means commits Council to the delivery of these projects as listed, as the budget adoption is where this occurs.
Thank you, GM, for that introduction. Councillors, questions to clarify to this report? Just, GM, I have just one question to clarify. In the analysis and setting of projects, particularly in the areas around most of our road network and core infrastructure, outside of perhaps the VATV space, would it be a correct interpretation that how the priority is determined is based on the agreed, the process endorsed by Council of asset analysis and assessment and life cycle assessment to build those priorities?
Yes, it's certainly, we use asset management principles to develop the program. We're certainly, in months to come, there will be an updated asset, or there will be updated asset management plans covering each of our infrastructure classes. We'll certainly provide additional information to that process. We also acknowledge that the program's loosely placed to put together on the long-term financial plan. However, we do acknowledge also that throughout the year there have been additional revenue streams or revenue opportunities realised through grants and other matters that have actually allowed us to adjust the what is allocated under the capital program if you were to reference against what was in the adopted long-term 10-year long-term financial plan of last year, or sorry, of this year's current budget.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions? Councillor McConnell?
Just to the GM, if I could, on page 76, the parks minor capital works. In relation to those parks, what are we classing minor capital works? That's not the playground replacement? What are we classing as minor capital works?
Generally, minor capital works are those items of less than $100,000 in value. I may just pass over to Scott, who I've got here at the moment, to be able to answer some of the more specific details questions if there were any. So I'll pass to him.
No worries, thank you. Yes, Councillor, so the minor capital works are items like fencing and barbecue replacements and those kind of minor works as such. The playground replacement program is included in there in a separate piece.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions for the GM. Are there any comments to the report that councillors would wish to add?
Mayor, just a comment to say that this is a great example of the many projects that are on our capital works, and any opportunities to seek alternate funding streams is certainly an important one to enable the delivery of these items for our region.
Thank you, Councillor. In the absence of any other comments, would you please introduce the recommendation, GM?
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.7 is that Council acknowledge the 2021-22 to 2030-2031 10-year infrastructure capital works program in brackets for roads, bridges, footpaths, drainage and stormwater, waste facilities, parks, gardens, fleet and cemeteries and other projects for planning purposes, grant applications and future budget considerations.
Councillors, we have a recommendation. Someone wish to move that as a motion? Councillor McConnell, any additional information requests? Not. I seek a seconder. Councillor West, you were almost there. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
Yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge that this is going out to the community out there for them to see exactly what projects are not scheduled but anticipated for the next 10 years. It's probably not indicative that they will be done on that year exactly at that time, depending obviously on Mother Nature. But it's great that it's now out there and the community can see that even with our limited budget, we are endeavouring to get through as many projects and infrastructure and assets as much as we can. Thank you.
Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? Councillor West?
Really just to endorse, thank you, Mayor, to endorse what Councillor O'Connell has said, because this was never always out in the community, and I know the community asked for a long time to have it as a public document, so it is very good, I think, that it's out there for everyone to have a look at. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor
Just on that point, ex-councillor Wastel would be very happy if he's listening in. He tried to do this for many years.
So, look, I'll just speak in support of it as well, except to note that we do actually release this as part of the budget papers, which is something we commenced last term for additional transparency. But to say, I do applaud the officers for looking for this opportunity to bring this forward earlier in the process for community visibility, and it hopefully does two things. One's help people realise that there is an extensive planning process that has to inform the decisions between such a long list of issues well beyond our affordability, as we continue to try and recover an extensive set of legacy issues, some of which were alluded to earlier, where things haven't always received the attention in the past. We can't fix them all at once. Systematic process is helping us get there, and it's pleasing to see the ability to start sharing this conversation earlier in our process. Wish to close, Councillor?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Then we put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Division called by Division 1. Those in favour of the recommendation, Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, against Division 1. We now move to item 10.8, page 81 of your papers, councillors, and GM Council Sustainability, we turn to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow councillors, officers and the listening public. 10.8 refers to the Council Monthly Financial Report for January 2021. The report itself is quite detailed and provides a comprehensive analysis of the month ended 31st January 2021. However, I'll just go through some key aspects that are requiring some emphasis. I believe end of January represents 58.33% of the financial year being elapsing. as you can see in the executive summary, the key point there is, as of end of January, it's 5.359 million ahead of the a surplus result of 5.359 million compared to December. December was 4.41. This result indicates some additional revenue that's beyond what was the anticipated budget, but also some underspends pertaining to some vacancies and other employee and underspend in some materials and services that will be assessed as part of the upcoming budget reviews. Page 2 of the report there, I'll just indicate a key indicator that was touched on today. Capital expense. I guess one aspect there is with the AES team. There is a phasing stage of that capital work delivery, and as you can see, towards the latter part of the end part of the financial year, that ramps up. Again, that's dependent on weather and other sort of matters, but I guess there is a level of comfort around, whilst there is an underspend. You can see the other indicator that we'd include in there around the commitments, and that council is committed to getting there and undertaking those capital works. I'd be further concerned if there was no commitments or purchase orders raised to for those particular works. So you can see there that there may be a combination of factors around billing and delivery, but there is commitment to get those works undertaken. Page 4, cash is slightly up compared to December. Again, that's a net result of additional revenue through realisation of some grants and also some under expenditure in operating and capital projects. Go to page 7A of the report.
Sorry, Jim, can I just ask you to refer to it as per the agenda, because people who might be trying to follow don't have your numbering, they have the agenda numbering.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, sorry about that. I refer to page 90 of the agenda, just where it indicates there around the investments. It is interesting to note that we adopted the budget parameter for interest on interest rate on investments at 1.6%, but you can see how it's even through this span of 7 months now, that's it's gone down significantly. There is a number of term deposits that are still at that relatively high, but when they do come up for maturing and reinvestment, I don't think we'll sustain those high figures. Similarly, on that page, another parameter, it's pleasing to note that there's been about $2.5 million expenditure in the month of contestable materials, and of that, again, around $1 million was spent within Scenic Rim businesses, so representing upwards of over 36% expenditure within local businesses. Following page 91 of the agenda, just to reiterate that, with the levying of the January rates levy for 2021 financial year, this saw around $29.94 million levied for that for the second half of the financial year. Of that, it's interesting to note that there's around 85% have already actioned. So as we've previously indicated in discussions, we will continue to monitor the second half levy on the basis around impacts with COVID and the slow withdrawal of the phasing out of the job seeker, and whether that was having any impact or any impacts on council's cash flows. But it is pleasing to note that it's we're actually ahead of schedule as per the comparative reports as of 31st January 2020. Those figures in the bottom, if you include those italics figures in there, we're still in comparison as at January 31, 2021, our rates arrears are in a better position they were the same time 12 months ago. They're the key. Oh, and sorry, Mr. and Councillors, I would take the opportunity also just to reiterate, whilst we do have outstanding balances still there for the, we'll continue to promote our council's avenues for those that are struggling to meet ends and to make relevant contact with the rates team to discuss a suite of options that are available to those experiencing difficulties. Other than that, Mr. Mayor, I'll take the opportunity through the chair to provide any clarifications to the report.
Thank you, GM. Questions for clarification to the report, councillors? Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, just a question to the GM. The way we're travelling at the moment, you know, we have more revenue coming in. We have certainly more cash in the bank. Expenditure is a bit down. Do you foreshadow that this is a good position to be in to provide downward pressure on rate increases in our coming budget?
This is probably not the avenue to discuss that particular matter. I guess whilst there would appear to be a cash surplus in there, council would it would depend on council's commitment on the already approved or adopted schedule of capital works for 2021. So depending on the follow-up of that and subsequent budget deliberations, that would be the best avenue. At this stage, you know, we have experienced some unbudgeted operational expenditures associated with COVID, and we've subsequently provided those in periodic budget reviews, and we do have a December budget review for council, so that will provide a better picture of how we're tracking.
Councillors, any other questions? Not. I'll ask you to introduce the recommendation for consideration by the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for this report is that council endorse the monthly financial report for January 2021.
Councillors, there's a proposed recommendation. Anyone wishing to move that as a motion? Councillor McGuinness, any additional information requests? Not. Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor McGuinness, you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I'm right, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not to put the motion as tabled. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.9 on page 92 of today's agenda. GM, we're back with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.9 relates to consideration around providing an exception to a supplier. The report is fairly straightforward and comprehensive as contained in the agenda item. I will just point out that it's a requirement under the regulation to formally seek council endorsement to provide the exception. Council were provided a background around the feral arts and their involvement with the arts dinners, and this has certainly been put forward as a procedural matter to allow feral arts to be engaged by council on that basis.
Thank you for that explanation. The report's been available. Councillors, any points for clarification you seek from the GM? If not, we ask the GM to introduce the recommendation.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just noticed there's a typo in there. That should be through till the 30th of the 6th, 2021.
So could you please clarify, read your recommendation so that it's clear in the proposed?
The original recommendation, Mr. Mayor, is that council resolved to engage the following supplier under section 235 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 during the 2021 financial year, that being Feral Arts for the services of live stream production service. The exception sought is under section 235A and the expiry is 30th of the 6th, 2021. Now, just to explain that, Mr. Mayor, is whilst the arts dinners go through till December, this is council engaging them before that time. So once they're engaged, they actually provide that through till December. We're not raising a separate order each time. We're raising one engagement, and then subsequently any other required exceptions will be put forward to council at that particular time. In the new financial year.
Clarification. That's satisfactory. Thank you. So, councillors, we have a recommendation before us. Anyone wishing to take that forward as motion? Councillor Enright. Any additional information requests on this item, councillors? Not. I seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Wishing to speak, Councillor Enright.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. This is very loud. It's an appropriate way to deal with it. They certainly are specialists in their field, and we've had experience with them over the last couple of years with Arts Ablaze, where they did some marvellous things, and what they've been able to do with arts dinners has been quite remarkable as well. So they are a specialist in their field.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, put the motion as tabled. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Councillors, I believe that brings me to the end of the agenda for today's meeting. There are no confidential matters to be considered in today's forum. I thank those in the digital gallery for staying patiently with us through our ongoing conversations about a range of issues. And thanks to the officers for their diligence in preparing fact-based reports, and councillors for your persistence in working through proper process. With that, I'll close the meeting, and we'll get our technologies sorted for future dates. Thank you.